A few hours later, Xianxia and the others appeared directly above the city. At a glance, there was no trace of a city on the ground. The ground was directly exposed, and there were potholes everywhere. It was in ruins, and it looked like a dead silence. Hundreds of extremely deep cracks went straight into the ground, with no end in sight. Only a large area of land had been flattened, and a fixed transmission channel had been set up on it. Both Xianxia and Wei Qing looked around. The once prosperous land had been razed to the ground, and not even a tile or brick could be seen. They had a feeling of what was happening now. 3 huge floating cities were floating around the crack in a simple formation. In addition, a large number of powerful formations were set up on the city, killing the ordinary demons that flew out from the cracks from time to time. Thinking back to the bustling days of the night, when people drank and sang in the Wind and Moon Tower, they couldn't help but feel sad and sad. Yunxiao's face darkened slightly, and a sense of desolation suddenly rose in his heart, leaving him speechless. Being sentimental is not the temperament a leader should have. Wei Qing looked at Xianxia, who had remained silent, and could not help but mock him. Xianxia gave him a cold glance and said, "It's not a habit of a person with a long life to be talkative. Then you won't live long," Wei Qing retorted. Xiao Hong's brows twitched as he looked at the two of them and said coldly, "Are you all that free? If you don't, I'll go alone." The 3 of them then turned into streams of light and flew toward the 3 floating cities. As soon as they arrived, someone came out of the city to receive them. After verifying their identities, they hurriedly led the 3 in. Soon, the person in charge of this place appeared. When Xianxia saw this, he could not help but be stunned. "I can help Darren." The people in charge of guarding the 3 floating cities were Ning Kuei, Ning Qiyun, and Huashang. The 3 of them were in charge of 1 city each, and they looked at each other. Ning Kuei smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yun, Lord Wei Qing." Wei Qing's face was calm and expressionless. He only nodded slightly and said, "Long time no see. You've worked hard." "It's my duty," Ning Kuei sighed. One could not understand how much helplessness was contained in that sentence unless one was experiencing tribulation. Yunxiao's heart was moved as well. "After the demonic tribulation, I will help you rebuild the Red Moon City." Ning Kuei's body trembled slightly, as if she was touched. Ning Qiyun also looked happy. With Yunxiao's help, rebuilding Red Moon City would no longer be a dream. However, Ning Kuei was only excited for a short while. He calmed down and said, "There is no eternal Crimson Moon City." Ning Qiyun said, "Father Xinjin." Ning Kuei interrupted her. He looked at the endless desolation and said, "People have life and death, and things are the same. Sex can't escape the rules. Since the city is gone, then let it go." Yunxiao's heart sank, and he did not know what to say. "I already know why you 3 are here," Hua Jiwei said. "Is the palace master in the Divine Realm tablet?" Yunxiao nodded. "Hongyan is cultivating in the steel. After all, she can't withstand the pressure of the Devil Realm. So we'll try our best not to let her out." "Did you notice anything unusual while you were guarding this place?" Huashang shook her head and said, "Other than the low-level demonic fog that often flies out, there's basically no other situation. With the 3 cities as the eye of the formation, the Great Formation has sealed off all the demonic qi, and it rarely leaks out." "That's good," Yunxiao said. "Then open the array." Huashang and the other 2 immediately returned to their own cities. Very quickly, formation light visible to the naked eye floated in the sky and retreated in all directions. Yunxiao cupped his fists and said loudly, "Farewell." The 3 of them turned into a stream of light and rushed into the crack. A powerful demonic qi was coming toward them, pressing down on the 3 of them. After a short period of discomfort, the 3 of them immediately got used to it. After all, they had all cultivated demonic techniques and had the rainbow stone condensed from the demonic world's power as a guardian. So they quickly adapted to the environment. However, this wasn't the real devil world yet. It was just an ancient place that had been contaminated by devil qi. Yunxiao felt a little depressed. With a gloomy face, He scouted out the location and went in the direction where the demonic aura had come from. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong were also speechless for a moment. They followed behind Yun Xiao quietly, constantly adjusting their internal breath to adapt to the surrounding environment so that they could cope with the entrance later. Finally, they arrived at the crack in the ancient world, the real opening of the crack in the devil world. There was a crack that was thousands of feet long in the sky like a wound. Yun Xiao only gave it a glance before he leaped up and flew straight away. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong looked at each other and immediately followed behind, keeping a distance between them. After all, it was their first time entering the devil world, so they couldn't help but be a little nervous. As soon as Yun Xiao landed on the ground, he felt an invisible force pushing at him, squeezing him as if it was going to crush him out. He hurriedly circulated his MO skill, advancing instead of retreating to face the power, allowing it to penetrate his body. He knew that this was the power of the realm. If he forcefully circulated his demonic technique to resist it, the damage to himself would only be greater. Only by harmonizing with the frequency of the realm power could one completely adapt to it. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong also felt the same problem when they stepped in. Even with the protection of the rainbow stone, it would still take some time to adjust. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's eyes burst with a bright light as he stared at the demonic aura in front of him. He quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands and slapped them toward the darkness. What's going on? Before Wei Qing and Xiao Hong could react, the palm force directly penetrated the darkness, as if it had hit something. Bang! Ah! Under the explosion, the demon lord's miserable cry came from the darkness. Then, they saw a few 10-sided ferocious souls squeeze out of the darkness, all staring at Yun Xiao and his companions with ferocious eyes. It had split out from the body of the demon lord who had just died. A demon lord ambushed us? Wei Qing was shocked. Yun Xiao's face grew a little serious as he said, "There's a demon lord at the entrance of the crack?" It could be seen that the fiend race also valued this crack particularly, even sending people over to guard it. Then it's highly possible that there's more than one demon lord. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically, but he quickly regained his composure. Once we've completely adapted to the environment of the demonic realm, we'll have nothing to fear as long as the demon lord doesn't appear, Wei Qing said coldly. Yun Xiao nodded and said, "You're right. It's just that there's no time for you to get used to it." Demonic energy surged in front of him, accompanied by a large amount of pressure. All kinds of strange demonic creatures gathered in front of him, and soon, they were densely packed, and more appeared. He had seen these demons in the Battle of Red Moon City before, so they were not unfamiliar to him, but he was slightly surprised. Yun Xiao immediately noticed this, and he said in a serious voice, "This is the power of the demon race left behind from the last battle of the Red Moon City. It can be seen that those demon venerables have not given up on this crack, and they will attack the realm of heaven martial arts from here sooner or later." "This is a big discovery," Wei Qing said in surprise. "Since we can see their direction of action, we must strengthen the defense of this place." "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "But before that, let's clean up the garbage first." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed with both hands. Lightning flashed in his palms, and purple light shone. When those demons saw this power, they immediately retreated in fear, their fierce eyes alertly locking on to the few people. But, in just a moment, Yun Xiao put down the incantation gesture, and the lightning all over the sky dissipated in a flash. This is a little troublesome. The purple lightning is severely suppressed here. Not only does it consume several times more spiritual energy, but its power is also suppressed by the devil world's power. Since it's the devil world, we naturally have to use devil techniques, Wei Qing said coldly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A cluster of ice fiend heart flame appeared on his fingertips. Yun Xiao's eyes shone with surprise as he said, "You've grasped it so quickly? Are you mocking me or complimenting me?" Wei Qing sneered. He flicked his finger, and the ice fiend heart flame was immediately compressed into a small flame. With a chi sound, it turned into a sharp arrow and shot out. Swish! One of the crane's heads was instantly pierced through, and at the same time, The flame exploded, turning the crane into countless demonic specters. Many of the surrounding demonic creatures were affected, and they cried out in pain. Seeing that his move had worked, Wei Qing couldn't help but be overjoyed and directly rushed forward. Humph! Yunxiao gave a muffled grunt as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. 36 swords of the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword array flew out and spun in the sky. The swords were all covered in the heart flame, and they made whistling sounds with the sword chi. Yunxiao pointed out 2 fingers, and over 100 sword beams immediately broke through the air. Tens of thousands of swords rained down, stabbing into the bodies of those demons, and a large number of fiends were born with swishing sounds. Xiao Hong also charged into the demonic creatures and began to fight. However, her attacks seemed to be gentler. There were no fancy killing moves, just ordinary fists and palms. However, every time she struck out, she would take a life. Although there were many demonic creatures under the slaughter of the 3 people, how could they stop them? They quickly collapsed and retreated. However, they didn't retreat far before all of the demons stopped and didn't dare to move forward. It was as if some terrifying existence was approaching them, causing them to tremble. The people of the heavenly martial arts realm dare to break into the devil realm? Am I seeing things? A surprised voice came from the darkness. These 3 people are covered in demonic patterns. Even if they are from the realm of heavenly martial arts, they are also demonic cultivators. It is not surprising that they have come. The other voice said leisurely, "What the hell? Do you think that by cultivating MO skills you can resist the realm power?" Then a third voice sounded, as if it was deducing, "To be able to resist the power of the realm, one must have refined the treasures of the realm. Could it be that these 3 people have rainbow stones on them?" He immediately guessed the key point. A Niang stone? A few more exclamations came from the darkness. After all, the rainbow stone was also extremely precious in the demon world. If the demon monarch wanted to step into the demon commander realm, he had to find the rainbow stone to temper his body. Therefore, not all demon lords had rainbow stones and only a very small number. Yunxiao's gaze pierced through the dark demonic aura and saw a row of demon lords standing behind the hundreds of retreating demons. There were actually 9 of them, and all of them were 2nd-grade devil monarchs. He's really bold. The 9 demon lords' gazes fell on the 3 of them, and after scanning them, they revealed surprised expressions. One of them said, "The 3 of them are all at the Void Realm? So what if he's at the Void Realm? Even if all 3 of them are Void tier, they can't possibly contend against us." The other demon lord sneered, "A 2nd-rank demon lord is enough to crush those in the Void Realm. Even if these people have the rainbow stone to protect their bodies, it would be difficult for them to adapt to the environment of the inner world in a short time, right?" Another demon lord sneered, "Moreover, these demons have consumed a lot of their power. In fact, we don't need to do anything at all. Let these demons take turns to kill them." The demonic creatures in front of him all let out low wails, as if they were very afraid of this, and some even trembled. The demon lord's face darkened, and he snorted, "A bunch of trash." One of the demon lords said, "I think it's better for everyone to work hard. It's boring enough to stay in this crack for a long time. It's just nice to have some fun. Let's have some fun together. What I'm most interested in right now is their rainbow stones. How should we distribute them?" "Humph, how do you want to split it? Whoever snatches it will have it. Die." A demon lord shouted coldly and rushed out as a demonic light. He attacked with a half-moon-shaped slash. Demonic light churned on it as he slashed at the little red face. His eyes were sharp, and he could tell at a glance that Xiao Hong was the weakest of the 3, so he planned to get the rainbow stone first. "Oh, 2nd-grade demon lord? It's so awesome." Xiao Hong looked coldly at the demon lord charging at her. Her slender fingers grabbed at the air, and a ring of demonic chi rippled out. The AMO ring immediately appeared in her hand. The 12 fortune wheels rotated, and the 1,000 birds let out shrieks as they slashed at the demon lord. Boom! Under the sharp sword momentum, the sky was shattered. The sword chi was like a realm, and with the momentum of breaking bamboo, It instantly broke the half-moon slash and went straight for the demonic monarch. Seeing that his attack had been destroyed, the demon lord's entire body froze. He was instantly frightened by this sudden change, and his mind went blank. However, he was still an expert who had existed for a long time. Under the shadow of death, he immediately came back to his senses and forcefully turned his body around and retreated. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with both hands. His strength condensed at his fingertips and turned into a mountain peak that struck out. Boom! Half of the mountain peak was shattered by the sword aura. The sword aura passed through it and hit the demon lord. The demonic monarch let out a blood-curdling screech, and a burst of demonic chi shot out from his body, transforming into a large amount of demonic chi that flew away. However, he had dodged the fatal blow and saved his life from the sword. The other 8 demon lords were angry at him for making the first move, but in the blink of an eye, the battle situation had reversed, making the 8 people's brains a little unable to wrap around it. That was Ing Luo just now. He was injured by a single sword strike? How is this possible? When his sneak attack failed and he was injured, it was his own incompetence. However, that sword is indeed a little strange. I think that sword looks like a swan and eye. The 8 of them began to whisper to each other. They were shocked by the attack just now, but they didn't take it to heart. It was all because they had been too careless at the time, which was why they had ended up like this. At this moment, he only felt that the demonic vitality in his body was rapidly flowing away, and demonic fiends kept emerging from his body and running away. What was even more frightening was that even the other 8 demon lords were looking at him in a different light. Big brothers, please avenge me. Under the sharp and mocking gazes of the 8 people, Sure couldn't help but take a few steps back and respectfully say, "Humph, you're not as good as him. Even if you die, you should have nothing to say. Where's the word revenge?" A demon lord sneered and looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. In the eyes of the 8 with such heavy injuries, his cultivation would definitely drop. When he dropped to the level of a first-grade devil lord, he would no longer be qualified to be on equal footing with them, or even speak to them. "Brother is right, you're absolutely right." Sure hurriedly bowed. His humble and ingratiating appearance was completely different from his previous overbearing appearance. It was as if he was a completely different person. Xianxia and the other 2 shook their heads at the sight. Not only in the heavenly martial realm, but the law of the jungle seemed to be even more obvious in the devil realm. Strength decided everything. If he was still as domineering as before, he would be instantly annihilated by the other 8 demon lords. "Since you're already seriously injured, it's certain that you've fallen in cultivation," a demon lord said contemptuously. "Besides, it's impossible to recover to the 2nd rank in this life unless there's a great opportunity, so you're not qualified to stay with us anymore. Get behind us." Although Sher's expression was unsightly, he still forced out a smile and repeatedly nodded in agreement before retreating to the back. There were also a large number of first-grade devil monarchs and devils guarding the place, preventing the world-devouring devil from attacking. He was filled with grief and indignation. He knew that even if he entered the circle of first-grade demon lords, his future days wouldn't be easy, especially those he had offended in the past. They would all be waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. After Xiao Hong's sword strike, his 5 fingers loosened, allowing the AMO will treasure to disappear from his hand. However, she was also extremely shocked in her heart. She had already used all her strength in the attack just now, and it was when she had let her guard down that she had managed to injure him. If he had gone all out from the start, it would have been difficult to determine the outcome, let alone injure the other party with a single strike. Yunxiao and Wei Qing had also discovered the gap between them. Although they had long known that there was a gap between cultivators of the same level, their previous battles had all been carried out in the heavenly martial realm, where 2nd-grade devil lords were severely suppressed by the realm power, and the strength they could display was extremely limited. Now that he was in the devil realm, he realized that in the devil realm, a devil lord of this level was extremely terrifying. His strength was even close to that of a creation realm expert. Yunxiao leaned against Wei Qing and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and release the holy devil armor in your treasure bottle to fight. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble." Wei Qingquang nearly fainted and angrily rebuked. What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Kuan is not my subordinate. If you have the ability, summon him out. All right, Yunxiao laughed. Give me the bottle. I'll try to summon him. Wei Qing's face darkened, and he turned around, too lazy to bother with him. The 8 demon lords looked coldly at the 3. One of them said, "Are you going to surrender? Or do you want us to do it? Although the result will still be death, the process will be completely different." Yunxiao's face was serious as he asked, "Since we're both going to die, I want to know what's the difference." Xiao Hong was secretly circulating her demonic technique to the side, constantly recovering her strength. Then, he glanced at Yunxiao with a grateful look. She knew that Yunxiao was deliberately wrangling to buy her time to recover. The demon lord sneered, "If you surrender, we'll turn you into a pile of mud with one palm after we get the rainbow stone. Of course, I can also give you a chance to commit suicide. If we were to attack, the 3 of you would be sliced into pieces, starting from your hands and feet, into thousands of pieces, and finally to your chest and head. You'll die very slowly." Yunxiao thought for a moment and said seriously, "Then let's slice it. Sounds quite fresh." The demon lord flew into a rage and said coldly, "All right, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Hold on." Yunxiao hurriedly reached out to stop him and interrupted. "Let's discuss the specific slicing plan again, shall we? First of all, the knife is very particular. There's a thin blade for the meat and the knife for the bones. The knife skills include splitting, chopping, straight cutting, pushing cutting, and pulling cutting." He's trying to stall for time. A demon lord suddenly reacted and immediately rebuked. The other 7 people's expressions changed slightly at the same time, and they were all furious. "You're looking for death." He didn't waste any more time. In a flash, he appeared around the 3 of them, and each of them used their unique skills to attack. That violent demonic chi gushed down like the wind released by a blower, turning into circles of light screens, surging over one after another. "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted coldly and shouted, "Let's go!" He looked around and immediately found the weak point under the layers of light. With a grab, Alai Xuanzong landed in his hand and he threw it forward with all his might. The battle axe was powerful and imposing as it charged forward like a chariot. Boom! A layer of demonic light exploded around the battle axe and immediately pierced through the light curtain. Under the joint efforts of the 8 demon lords, a passage was actually opened. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong were well prepared. They followed Yunxiao in an instant, and the 3 of them rushed into the passage. "What? Impudent!" All kinds of angry roars came over, and the 2 demon lords by the side of the passage were even more embarrassed and angry. They changed their hand seals one after another, forming a mountain force and pressing down on the 3 people. Yunxiao grabbed Alai Xuanzong and appeared next to the nearest demon lord in a flash, spreading the fingers of his left hand. Voila! A chain turned into a nebula and circled around. The demon lord's palm pressed down on the passage, and he couldn't help but be shocked. However, although the aura on the iron chain was strange, it was not strong. He did not pay much attention to it. At the same time, he divided his attention to form a seal and slapped his left hand over. Voila! His entire arm was bound by the iron chain, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body was tied up. "This is a Xianxia." The demon lord was suddenly shocked. To his horror, he found that all his demonic essence had been bound. There seemed to be a force on the black iron chain that had directly sealed all his meridians. At the same time, Wei Qing and Xiao Hong also attacked the other demon lord. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, a terrifying blast of air burst out and pushed the 2 of them far away. Without saying a word, Yunxiao swung his axe at the demon lord. The sharp tip of the axe cut through the demon lord's body and cut him in half. The whole process happened in a flash, and the tunnel was destroyed in an instant. After Yunxiao succeeded, he also teleported and returned to Wei Qing and Xiao Hong's side in a flash, shouting, "Let's go!" The 3 of them didn't stop for even a moment and directly rushed forward. The demonic lord, who had been pushed back by Wei Qing and Xiao Hong, felt a burst of demonic chi in his body. and his face was filled with horror. The other 6 people gasped. They had wanted to pursue him, but they could not help but stop and look at the demon lord who had been cut in half by Xianxia in horror. The demon lord's face was also full of fear, and he still had consciousness. Seeing his body constantly degrading and turning into strange demons that flew away, he became even more frightened and hissed, "Save me, Ingluo! Save? Don't joke around. You're already in this state. How are you going to save him?" After a brief moment of shock, a demon lord couldn't help but sneer. The other people's faces were also cold, but they were not in the mood to laugh. Instead, they looked at the back of Xianxia and the others with solemn expressions. The demon lord looked in despair at his companion's back, and then his eyes suddenly bulged. Boom! The demonic monarch that had been split in half finally couldn't resist the power of the disintegration, and his entire body exploded into hundreds of different kinds of demonic creatures that scattered in all directions. The scene was extremely shocking. What? He's actually dead. The 7 demon lords' expressions changed drastically, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. With Mu's strength, even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't die immediately, right? What is that copper axe? It's actually able to degrade us into low-grade demons. And those pitch-black chains, they seem to be the key. I just noticed that after Mu touched the chain, his entire aura was suppressed. The 7 demon lords fell silent as they watched the 3 of them disappear from their sight. After a moment of silence, someone said, "I don't think it's a good idea to let them go over for a walk." Another person replied, "What's not good about it? Our mission is only to guard the crack and prevent the world-devouring devil from devouring this territory. It didn't say that we have to guard it and not allow humans to enter." The person from before was stunned for a moment before nodding. "That's reasonable. The mission that the lords gave us was to resist the world-devouring devil. Furthermore, there's still the existence of the world-devouring devil ahead, so they might not be able to get past it." "Who cares?" another person said. "Just do our part. As for Xianxia's death, we'll just say that it was the doing of the world-devouring devil. As for the 3 of them who were ridiculing us earlier, 3 people just now? What 3 people? I've been cultivating all this time. I don't know what those 3 people just now are." That's right. I don't know either. I've only heard that Xianxia had died in the hands of the world-devouring devil." They immediately played dumb, pretending that they had never seen Xianxia and the other 2. "But he's not dead yet," one of them said. "I believe he'll die in battle soon," the other person sneered. He. The few of them laughed hideously. The figure of the person who had just spoken flashed, and a cruel killing intent flashed across his face as he retreated. After Xianxia and the other 2 broke out of the siege, they shot forward without stopping for a moment. After running for a while, Wei Qing suddenly asked in surprise, "They don't seem to be chasing us." Xianxia had noticed it long ago. Who cares? Perhaps they were frightened just now. The psychological impact of the death of 2 second-grade devil lords is too great. Wei Qing's face suddenly darkened as he stared at Xianxia and said, "You were using the devil essence lock just now, right?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, the demonic monarch's aura was instantly suppressed the moment the demonic vitality lock was used," Wei Qing said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, he would not have been cut down by your axe." "Yes," Xianxia said. "The fiend essence lock is indeed a supreme treasure left behind by Lu Congzi's lineage." Wei Qing stared at him coldly and said, "In that case, there are 2 more devil essence locks. Your 2 wives are in the divine realm tablet. They don't need to fight. You should give them to us. This is something made by the Heavenly Martial League," Xianxia said with a smile. The League leader should decide how to distribute it. Moreover, you 2 aren't from the Heavenly Martial Union, so it's not your turn to get the distribution. The 3 of us are united now. What sect views?" Wei Qing said angrily. "If we also had the devil essence lock, we could have killed all of those devil lords." Xiao Hong also nodded and stood firmly on Wei Qing's side. Xianxia shook his head. "It's not that easy. It was best to use this item as little as possible. If the demon race discovered that it had a restraining effect, the devilish vitality lock would soon lose its effectiveness. Don't forget that Lu Zongzi has already found a way to counter the mana lock. I was just testing it out. I'm planning to use it in the next war between the two races and catch them off guard. If you and I both die in the demonic realm, we won't be able to see the next war between the two races, Wei Qing sneered. If you and I die here, Yun Xiao retorted. Not even a fiend lock can change the outcome of the battle. Moreover, even if you and I can't see the war, it doesn't mean that there won't be. No matter how you quibble, you're still petty, Wei Qing mocked. No matter how much you provoke me, I will not give you the fiend lock. Yun Xiao laughed. Wei Qing knew that he could no longer communicate, so he snorted angrily and walked straight ahead, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Xiao Hong was also quite unhappy. She glared at him resentfully and followed Wei Qing. Yun Xiao smiled indifferently, not taking their emotions to heart. After the three of them walked for a while, they quickly stopped again. A large number of demons had gathered in front of them, and there were also many first-grade demon monarchs shuttling through them. Someone suddenly noticed the three of them and screamed. Those MO immediately became restless, surrounding them from all directions, staring at them like tigers watching their prey. It's the people from the realm of heavenly martial arts. What? A demon lord was shocked. How did you guys get here? Yun Xiao was about to answer when he suddenly heard a cry of surprise, and then he saw a familiar figure. Impossible! Shi shouted in horror. Why you can't possibly be here, Wu-Wu? Yun Xiao looked at him and suddenly laughed. It really did drop in level. TSK, TSK. You demons are quite interesting. His head felt dizzy and his shoulders trembled in anger. After being demoted, his entire mind had been in a daze. Relying on the power of a peak first-grade demon lord and his usual remaining power, he had killed a few first-grade demon lords that he didn't like so that they wouldn't take revenge in the future. Only then did he relieve the depression in his heart. Now that Yun Xiao had mentioned it again, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and almost cried. However, he was afraid and didn't dare to take revenge. He only said in a trembling voice, Could it be that they are he? Yun Xiao grinned hideously and said, Are you talking about those second-grade devil monarchs? I've already killed them myself. You're lucky to have escaped this calamity. The first-grade demon lords were even more so. They had been suspicious when they saw the three men, but their expressions when they saw them and heard Yun Xiao's words made them no longer doubt. They all thought that the few second-grade devil lords were dead. As the two sides faced off, Wei Qing suddenly shouted, Move! He shouted. An extremely sharp aura rushed forward along with the sound, instantly blowing up several 10-direction fierce spirit fiends. The demons immediately opened up a path in shock. Yun Xiao sneered, his face full of sarcasm as he walked forward leisurely. There was a commotion in the surroundings, and all kinds of murderous auras and violent auras were constantly emitted. Thousands of gazes stared at the three people, not knowing if they should make a move or not. They were all waiting for the Demon Lord's orders. The Demon Lord's intelligence was far higher than these low-intelligence demons, so they all had their own plans. No one was willing to go up and throw away their lives. Thus, he could only watch the three of them walk further and further away. If we let them go just like that, will the higher-ups blame us? Someone finally asked worriedly. Blame? How to blame? Even a few second-grade demon monarchs have fallen. Do you think we can keep them here? Yes, not being an enemy is one thing, and we don't have this mission as another. Are we going to let the front line go and do something else? Who will be responsible if the front line is lost? Yes, you're absolutely right. After thinking it through, these demon lords all heaved a sigh of relief and no longer had any psychological burden. What are you doing here? A loud shout came from afar. The demon lords were shocked. Demonic light flashed in the sky, and a large amount of demonic chi condensed to form a demon lord. It was one of the remaining 7 demon lords. Ah? Didn't Sirwin urge you to do something? A demon lord jumped in shock and was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, wasn't he already dead? Wen's eyes turned cold as he stared at the demon lord and said in a cold voice, I've already what? No, nothing. The demon lord was so frightened that he drew in a cold breath. Under Wen's gaze, his entire body turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He did not dare to say a word. Wen snorted coldly and swept his gaze across the crowd before finally landing on Sure. He said, "Sure, come here. I have something to discuss with you." His body trembled, and an inexplicable sense of danger spread in his heart, as if the end of the world had arrived. His originally gloomy face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. "What does my lord want from me?" Wen's face darkened. "We'll know what's going on when we get here," he said coldly. "Are you going to disobey my order?" Sure took a deep breath and bowed. "I don't dare to." He flew up obediently and listened to the call. The corners of Wen's mouth curled up into a sinister smile as he accumulated magic in his hands. Before he could make a move, his body suddenly shook and numerous afterimages appeared. His true body turned into a flowing light and fled into the distance. "You're looking for death." Wen's expression changed and he formed a seal with one hand. Immediately, countless demonic lights burst out from the seal and scattered the afterimage. Like a swimming snake, it chased after Sure. Even though he tried his best to escape, the gap between a second-grade Devil Lord and a first-grade Devil Lord was still there. He was quickly caught up and bound by the Devil Light. "What are you doing?" His face twisted and he struggled a few times, but he could no longer move. Looking at the approaching one, his heart was filled with sorrow and he said angrily, "We've fought together after all. There's no need to kill us all, right?" Wen looked at him coldly. The sudden escape just now had annoyed him. He said in a cold voice, "What do you mean? Your identity as a second-grade Devil Lord is no longer there, and your name has been destroyed and you have died. I am only here to help you." After he finished speaking, he clenched his 5 fingers and the demonic light suddenly shrank. It squeezed into the demonic body and crushed it in an instant. The demonic light dissipated, and the thousands of demonic creatures that had exploded from his body fled in panic. After flying for a while, Xianxia and the other 2 suddenly stopped. It was a barren land ahead, and the color of the world was monotonous. There was no end in sight. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a beam of demonic light shot out and disappeared into the space in front of him. "There's a barrier indeed." Wei Qing's pupils shrank and he said in surprise, "This barrier seems to have been set up from our side." "Not seems," Xianxia said. "I'm sure. Isn't it a little weird to set up a barrier like this? Are they not guarding against the realm of heavenly martial arts? But the rear." Xianxia and Wei Qing thought for a while, but they did not understand either. "Let's break the barrier and get out," Xianxia said. "We'll probably understand. However, be careful, in case something happens." He raised his hand, and a black light appeared on his fingertips. It condensed into a sharp blade, and he cut forward. Chi-chi cutting sounds rang out from his fingertips. The barrier was like a piece of canvas. A huge hole was cut. The 3 of them entered one after another, and the rift closed on its own after a few breaths. "This is a Xianxia." The 3 of them looked around and were all shocked. What appeared in front of them was actually a quiet and secluded scene of a mountain surrounded by a lake. The lake was a vast expanse of green, with no end in sight. The mountain was tall and steep, reaching straight into the clouds. The mountains embraced the lake, and the lake reflected the mountains. Such a magnificent view was rare even in the realm of heavenly martial arts. "This should be a mountain range," Xianxia said. "But the lake is so big that even my divine sense can't see the end." "How big is this mountain range?" Wei Qing and Xiao Hong didn't get the main point and were speechless. "We're finally back in the demonic realm." Suddenly, an old flute sound rang out. The tone was melodious and contained a trace of deep affection. It then asked in confusion, "What is this place?" Wei Qing's expression changed slightly. He turned his head slightly and stared at his left shoulder. A ball of demonic chi gushed out from his left shoulder, and a vine grew out of it, winding around Wei Qing's body a few times. A flower bloomed on the vine, and a skull bloomed. It looked ahead with a ferocious expression, and its eyes were full of excitement. "Ha ha ha! Foe, back then, you sealed me in the yin and yang air bottle, wanting me to slowly die of exhaustion. Who knew that not only did I not die, but I also came back? You're the one who's going to die in the long passage of time. Ha ha ha. He was unusually excited, but his laughter sounded a little bleak. The three of them quietly listened to his laughter. After all, no matter who it was, after being gone for so many years and finally returning, they would all be so excited. Furthermore, the three of them were thinking that the FUS that E had mentioned were most likely the formidable holy demons of this land. After a long while, Richard finally calmed down and started to look around. Sir, do you recognize this place? Wei Qing asked. The referee looked at him for a while before rolling his eyes at him. The Devil Realm is 10 times larger than the Heavenly Martial Arts Realm. How could I recognize any random place? Then, sir, Wei Qing said, you have to at least give us a direction, right? Otherwise, where are we going? The referee said, this mountain range seems to be very huge. It may not be unknown in the demon world. If I can see the whole picture, I may be able to recognize it. As for the location of the bone, I'll give you the coordinates after we leave this mountain range. All right, Xianxia nodded. Let's leave this place first. The three of them turned into a stream of light and flew to the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the water in the lake rose up and split into two. With the three's escape techniques, they could quickly cover a distance of 100 miles. However, after flying for half an incense's time, they were still surrounded by mountains and green water. There was no end in sight. If it were not for Yunxiao's extremely strong divine sense, and the fact that there were not many illusions in the world that could confuse him, they would have thought that they had fallen into an illusion. He suddenly spoke. This mountain range is ancient. The lake water is green and lustrous. I'm afraid it's a historical site left behind a long time ago. There are many dangerous things hidden in this place, so be careful. As soon as the three of them became alert, Yunxiao's face flickered, and he put two fingers together and pointed at the lake. Swish! The surface of the lake was split open by his finger radiance, as if it had shot into something's body. After a muffled sound, a stream of demonic chi shot out. The color of the lake suddenly changed from pure green to ink, and a large amount of black demonic chi rolled under the lake. The entire lake began to boil, and a terrifying aura spread out in circles. It was as if the world had suddenly changed within a radius of several thousand feet. Voila! A black water arrow suddenly shot up toward Yunxiao, as if it were taking revenge for what had happened just now. Yunxiao did not dodge. When the water arrow was close to him, he grabbed it with his hand. With a pop, the water arrow dissipated in an instant, leaving only some black liquid in his hand, which looked like ink. Yunxiao looked at it carefully. The water arrow was colorless, but it was mixed with a very high concentration of devil energy, which made it look like ink. Voila! After the first arrow, hundreds of millions of water arrows burst out of the lake, covering the sky and the earth. The expressions of the few people all changed greatly, and they each formed hand seals to block. Fortunately, although the number of water arrows was terrifying, they were not very powerful. Everyone blocked them with ease. Yunxiao casually pulled out a sword realm and surrounded himself tightly. Xiao Hong was standing on top of a heart flame, and the water arrow was completely burned away before it could even get close. Wei Qing was even more relaxed. He didn't need to do anything at all. He just stood there with his arms crossed. The demonic armor on its shoulder released a large number of vines, blocking all the attacks. However, the water arrows came in wave after wave, as if they were endless. It was not a solution to continue like this. What kind of monster is down there? It's so powerful. Distracted for a moment, Yunxiao peeked into the lake and was taken aback. At some point, several dark shadows were hiding under the lake, flickering in and out of sight, as if they were constantly floating and diving, following Yunxiao and the other two. Those water arrows should have been shot by these shadows. The rest of the people also looked at the lake. Yi's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the shadow. His face was filled with fear, and even the devil vines trembled with his emotional fluctuations. He cried out, "World-devouring devil! With the judge's cry, a figure shot out of the lake as if it had been summoned. Swish! Before the dark shadow could stop, it turned into a sharp arrow and shot straight at Xianxiao's face, its body flickering with a demonic light and whistling. Xianxia raised his hand to form a seal and blocked the arrow in front of him. The power of the arrow was much weaker than the previous ones, and it only stopped when it even cracked the seal. Although he did not use his full strength, the force was enough to startle Xianxia. He immediately grabbed it, and the others all looked at it. In Xianxiao's hand was a white furball the size of a palm. Its limbs were short, and it had a slender tail twice as long as its body. It was squeaking and struggling, and strangely, it only had one red eye, which was glaring at the four men. There was a part of its body that was constantly being poured with devil energy, which must have been injured by Xianxiao's arrow at the beginning. That's a world-devouring devil. Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the white furball and cried out, "What is this place? There's actually a world-devouring devil." Xianxia and the other two's hearts sank. Judging from its tone, the cute creature in front of them seemed to be something extraordinary. Xianxia shook the white furball in his hand in confusion. The white furball squeaked like a mouse, but it did not seem to be that powerful. Could it be that Sir Chu is mistaken? Wei Qing also said. He shook his head. No, this is a world-devouring demon. However, these white fluffballs were the lowest-grade world-devouring devil. Even so, they were still extremely terrifying existences. As the name implies, they have the power to devour world energy. Yi's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. If I can devour this thing in large quantities, it will be extremely beneficial to my cultivation, because they have been devouring the power of the world. If you devour a large number of these demons, then even without the rainbow stones, you will be able to completely adapt to the power of the demon world. Xianxiao's heart jolted when he heard that. He looked at him with a little fear and said, "Since it's so powerful, you should be able to recover your strength after eating it, right?" Richard shook its head and looked at the white furball with cold disdain. It seemed to look down on this thing. It laughed and said, "The power level of these things is too low. It's not much different from eating the 10-directional evil spirit. It only contains the power of the world and is not of much use to me." World-devouring devils can be divided into white, cyan, navy blue, dark purple, and ink black. If you want to recover your strength, you'll need a dark purple 4th-grade world-devouring devil at the very least. Only then did Xianxia feel relieved. With no interest in the item in his hand, he killed it casually and threw it into the lake. Boom! The surface of the water suddenly burst open, and countless water arrows shot up into the sky. Many figures also shot out and floated around the crowd, with countless red eyes staring at them. Those world-devouring devil puppets were like ants as they rapidly gathered into a few piles. Although their strength was only comparable to the 10-directional evil spirit, they were still considered a type of world-devouring devil. Furthermore, their numbers were too large. The densely packed numbers caused one's scalp to turn numb. He muttered something under his breath. He glanced at the world-devouring demon in the sky, then turned his gaze to the bottom of the lake. He kept searching, as if he was looking for something. For a moment, Xianxia and the others did not pay attention to him. They all formed incantation gestures with their hands, no longer daring to be careless. These world-devouring demons had turned their bodies into arrows, and they were not comparable to the previous water arrows that did not even hurt. After turning his devil energy into a blade and killing several world-devouring demons, Xianxiao's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Wei Qing and said with a smile, "You have also heard from Yuan earlier. If one can devour a large amount of this thing, it will be extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Although it is useless to him, do you dare to try?" Wei Qing's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly and mocked, "Coward! If you don't dare to eat, just say it." Wei Qing's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly and mocked, "Coward! If you don't dare to eat, just say it." In fact, he also wanted to know what effect it would have after eating it. After Xianxia said that, he grabbed a white furball and stared at it, feeling a little conflicted. The corner of Wei Qing's mouth twitched, and he stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. "How is it?" Yunxiao asked curiously. "What do you think?" Wei Qing's brows furrowed, and his entire face turned bitter. However, in just a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and emitted light. That thing dissolved as soon as it entered his stomach, turning into a clear stream that instantly washed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Not only did his demonic qi become slightly purer, but even his ability to sense the world power of the demonic realm had also improved slightly. Yunxiao was overjoyed to see Wei Qing's reaction. He knew that the realm-devouring demon really had the effect that Min had said. Xiao Hong also extended 5 fingers and casually grabbed a world-devouring demon. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Do I just swallow this thing? It's a little disgusting to have skin and bones." Richard sneered, "Don't eat it if you think it's disgusting. We demons always eat it raw. Of course, you can also cut it into pieces, apply some salt and other seasonings, and eat it with sauce after roasting it." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Yunxiao said with a smile. "The fiend race is made of fiend energy. They don't have physical bodies, so there is no skin or bones." Xiao Hong thought for a moment and felt that this was the case. After glaring coldly at Cruel, she looked at the world-devouring devil in her hand and hesitated for a moment before biting down on it. The way he ate it was much more brutal than Wei Qing's. Half of the white furball had been bitten off, but there was no blood dripping from the place where it had been bitten, only black demonic qi oozing out. Xiao Hong chewed the half of the world-devouring demon a few times before swallowing it. Rather than saying that it had eaten an animal, it felt more like it had eaten a ball of energy. She was originally a rainbow stone spirit transformation, so she could be considered a pure devil. She had devoured the world-devouring devil more thoroughly, so the effects she experienced were stronger. "I'm right," she said, her eyes filled with joy. Yunxiao also swallowed one. Although the effect was weak, it was enough to surprise him. One had to know that at their level, heavenly treasures that could directly increase their cultivation level could only be found by chance. However, if they swallowed it raw, they might not be able to completely absorb it, which was a bit of a pity. Yunxiao's heart burned with passion as he looked at the white furballs that filled the sky. If he could take these things, refine them into pills, and distribute them to the people of the Heavenly Martial League, then some of the strong people would adapt to the world power of the demon realm, which would be a great help during the demon war. He immediately formed a seal with both hands, and purple thunderbolts poured down from the sky and gathered in his hand, flickering. He formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, and the purple lightning instantly shot out. It turned into countless purple electric arcs and shot into the group of world-devouring devils, instantly electrocuting a large number of them to death. He was overjoyed and took out the Divine Realm tablet again. Boundless rays of light shone out and sucked in the corpses of the world-devouring demons floating in the air. Swish! The group of world-devouring devils was stirred up, and the sky was filled with angry noises. A large number of world-devouring devils rushed over like arrows, their round eyes filled with anger. They wanted to kill Yunxiao. Hee. Yunxiao chuckled and put his hands together. The purple lightning in the sky gathered together and formed a wall of lightning. It stretched out and was about 70 to 80 feet wide. Bang! 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 Those world-devouring demons that filled the sky shot towards the lightning wall. They couldn't even cause a ripple before their bodies trembled, and they were electrocuted to death within the wall. In an instant, hundreds of corpses of world-devouring demons appeared in the purple wall of lightning, frozen like large cotton. Hee. Yunxiao grinned hideously as he pulled out a hand and performed an incantation gesture. The light of the Divine Realm tablet swept over and collected all the corpses of the realm-devouring demons inside the lightning wall. These white furballs had low intelligence, so catching them was easier than fishing on the lake in winter. Looking at the disappearing world-devouring demons, Wei Qing was startled and immediately reacted. He said to Bai, "I can't let this guy take advantage of me. Hurry up and help me." After saying that, he took out the yin and yang air bottle and slapped it with a few hand seals. The yin and yang qi gushed out and covered almost half of the sky. He had indeed made his move, and devil vines flew in all directions. Although he was slightly careless, he had caught quite a number of them. Richard turned his head and chuckled at Xiao Hong. You don't like these things either? The few of them went from passive to active. In just a few short breaths, Xiao Hong had finished the remaining half of the ice cream in her hand. Hearing Yi's words, Xiao Hong suddenly reacted. She angrily stomped her feet, and countless heart flames flew into the group of world-devouring demons. They instantly enveloped a large number of world-devouring demons and collected them. It did not take long for Yunxiao's area to be almost fully collected. Without fighting with Xiao Hong, he turned the power of thunder and pulled out some of the yin and yang energy. What? Wei Qing glared at him and scolded. You're the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, but you're actually a thief? How are you going to make others think of you? Yunxiao smiled non-committally, and the power of thunder and lightning surged out. The people here who know each other are all family. It doesn't matter how they look at me. He was also shameless. Acting like he was a hooligan, what could she do to him? Wei Qing's face twitched, and with a gloomy expression, he added a few more seals to the yin-yang qi bottle. As the number of white furs around them decreased, the three of them were no longer just capturing. They were even snatching from each other, and their eyes were red. For a moment, all kinds of energies in the sky mixed together. The colors were gorgeous, and the sound shook the clouds. Suddenly, Yunxiao's face flickered as he glanced to his left. There was a faint ripple of magic light spreading out from the spatial node, which was not eye-catching in the face of the waves. However, he could clearly sense the unusualness of the node. His two fingers turned into purple lightning and stabbed at the node like a sharp sword. Swish! When the lightning touched the node, it was immediately blocked, but the purple lightning still managed to penetrate it. Bang! A circle of powerful demonic light spread out, accompanied by a navy blue spot. With two fingers, Yunxiao pulled the dark blue thing to his side and pulled it out of the void. What is this? At the sight of it, Yunxiao could no longer care about the white furs. He clutched the thing's neck tightly with his fingers and stared at it. The thing was dark green in color, with the head of a beast and the body of a flood dragon. Its body was covered with scales, and it had a mouth full of ferocious fangs. Kept rolling in Yunxiao's hand, looking extremely fierce. Third-grade world-devouring devil. The referee's expression changed, and he said somewhat excitedly, "This should be the king of these world-devouring demons. With so many low-level world-devouring demons here, there will definitely be one or two higher-level world-devouring demons commanding them." His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. He seemed to be drooling over this thing. The white fur was only level 1 or 2, so it didn't have much of a nourishing effect on him. Wei Qing turned his head and looked at the demonic creature in Yunxiao's hand in astonishment. Richard's desire was undisguisable, and he said excitedly, "That's right. My strength has fallen. A 4th-grade world-devouring devil is the best tonic, but a 3rd-grade world-devouring devil can help me recover quite a bit. It must be known that at their level, items that could increase and restore their cultivation were really rare and precious." Of course, Yunxiao would not give him the realm-devouring demon. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "In that case, this thing should have a better effect after eating it." When Wei Qing and Xiao Hong heard that, they also came over with their faces thick. They looked at the thing in Yunxiao's hand with envy and jealousy, feeling a little vexed. Earlier, it was Yunxiao who had the upper hand, and now it was him again. Besides, according to Yi, there might only be 1 or 2 third-grade world-devouring demons in this space, and Yunxiao had just killed one, which made them very envious. The world-devouring devil struggled madly, and countless traces of devil qi seeped out from the cracks of its scales, directly attacking the few of them. The demonic energy attack that overflowed was as strong as a low-level demon lord. But before it could fully take shape, it was suppressed by the purple thunder in Yunxiao's hand. Just this little bit of ability? Yunxiao snorted coldly as his fingers locked up the devouring realm devil prison like a prison and said, "This 3rd-grade world-devouring devil isn't that strong." He nodded. "These 3rd-grade world-devouring demons are only equivalent to the strength of a 1st-grade devil monarch. If there are enough of them, it would be a headache." "It seems that this lake is nothing more than this," Yunxiao said. a little disappointed. When his sigh fell into Wei Qing and Xiao Hong's ears, it was as if he had gained an advantage and was acting innocent. This was especially so for Wei Qing, who wished he could snatch that third-grade world devouring devil. The dark blue realm devouring demon stared at Yunxiao with a venomous look. The scales on its body began to move, and it spat out devil energy to attack Yunxiao desperately, but it could not break free from his palm. After staring at it for a while, Yunxiao slapped it to death and threw it into the air. Then, he performed a few incantation gestures with one hand and refined it in the air. In a flash, that third-grade world devouring devil was refined into a ball of devil under the burning gazes of the others. Yunxiao raised his hand and beckoned. The ball of demonic energy flew over on its own and was directly sucked into his stomach. Compared to the third-grade world devouring devil, the white fluff balls from before seemed to be slightly different. After absorbing them, he could clearly feel his devil chi increasing, and the effects were much better than before. Yunxiao was overjoyed. If refining a random one could produce such an effect, then if there were many of these third-grade world devouring demons, and he could catch all of them and refine them, the effect would be very amazing. Lord Qi, Yunxiao asked sincerely, where can I find more third-grade world devouring demons? The judge's face darkened. He grunted and said, do you think this thing is cheap? Back then, I roamed the Mo realm and searched all the famous mountains, great rivers and ancient ruins, but I only found a few. Yunxiao chuckled but did not say anything. He just kept looking around the lake, hoping to find something. Cruel sneered. Stop looking. When a world-devouring devil reaches grade 3, it can break through the void and travel in and out by itself. It might not necessarily be at the bottom of the lake. Yunxiao thought for a moment and agreed. At that time, the realm-devouring demon had also broken through the void to attack him. Thus, he gave up after a quick glance at the bottom of the lake, not being too persistent. At this moment, the three of them suddenly had a change in expression, as if they had sensed something. A buzzing sound rang out as the surrounding space began to ripple like water. A dark blue world devouring demon broke out from every ripple of devil chi. In the blink of an eye, a large number of navy blue world devouring demons rushed out from all directions. The scales on their backs stretched out furiously, and devil chi shot out from them. It carried a strong corrosive power as it began to attack the four of them. What? The three of them looked at those third-grade world devouring demons. At first, they were stunned for a moment, but soon after, their faces were filled with joy. In their eyes, these world-devouring devils had already become precious delicacies on a jade plate. Every single one of them was as alluring as a great tonic pill. Furthermore, a third-grade world-devouring devil was only equivalent to a first-grade devil monarch. Even though its offensive power was strong, it wasn't a difficult matter for them to kill it. He was even more ecstatic. His strength had fallen for so many years, and he could only slowly absorb demonic chi to recover. He had not been able to find any better tonic. Furthermore, these third-grade world-devouring demons had quite a nourishing effect on him, and their effects were far superior to the 10-directional vicious fiend. Ha! That's great! Chi wildly laughed as the vines on his body unceasingly spread out. Countless thinner vines shot out from his body and joined together, forming a huge net that spread towards those third-grade world-devouring demons. The devil vines instantly caught a few world-devouring demons. The devil chi surrounding the world-devouring demons collided with the devil vines and immediately started corroding. Even though the world-devouring devil had a terrifying devouring power, one still had to rely on the strength of one's cultivation base in a battle. The realm-devouring power had no significant effect on either Yi's devil vines or the extraordinary powers mastered by Yunxiao and the others. Cruel sneered as he formed a hand seal with one hand. Countless sharp black thorns extended out from the vines, each of which pierced towards the world-devouring devil, ruthlessly piercing through it. Yunxiao was not willing to fall behind. Purple lightning rose around him, and with a single strike, he killed a few of them. Ha! Li Yunxiao, let's see who can collect more this time. When it came to absorbing all living things, there was nothing that could compare to the yin-yang chi bottle. Wei Qing laughed out loud. and his previous displeasure was swept away. Yunxiao rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wei Qing snorted complacently and immediately threw out the yin-yang qi bottle. The bottle clowed with a stank as the Vin and Vang qi swirled out and mercilessly wreaked havoc in the sky, absorbing those third-grade world-devouring devils. A large number of world-devouring demons were engulfed by the yin and yang qi. Demonic light immediately gushed out from their bodies and wrapped around them, entering a state of self-protection to resist the absorption force. Wei Qing's expression changed slightly. That third-grade world-devouring devil strength was much stronger than the lower-grade world-devouring devil from before. Therefore, its resistance to the yin and yang qi was also much stronger. Even though it was slowly moving towards the mouth of the bottle, its speed was much slower. Wei Qing's face darkened, and he looked a little anxious when he realized that he was actually slightly behind Yunxiao. Xiao Hong was the most anxious one. Although the heart flame could be divided into thousands of parts, her strength was not as good as Yunxiao's. Once it spread out, its offensive power would be lower, which was even less efficient than collecting it alone. Xiao Hong's face darkened and his eyes flickered. At their level, there were very few natural treasures that could increase their cultivation except for closed-door cultivation and opportunities. Therefore, the opportunity in front of him was undoubtedly a rare one. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hong's expression turned cold and a sharp glint flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had made some kind of decision. She made a hand seal, and a golden light shot out from between her eyebrows. There was a black shadow spinning in it. The black shadow continued to spin and grow in the golden light. When it reached a certain point, the golden light suddenly converged and a tall tower appeared. Yunxiao was happily collecting the world-devouring demons when he suddenly sensed something. With slightly surprised expression, he turned to look at the giant tower and immediately recognized it. The battlefield of the ancient gods. He cried out in surprise. Although he was surprised, he immediately understood the reason. Although the ancient gods' battlefield had been broken, the main body of the pagoda was still in Di Jun's hands. After Di Jun was devoured by Di Yi, the ancient gods' battlefield naturally fell into Di Ye's hands. Since Xiao Hong and Di Yi had merged into one, this saint weapon was naturally in Xiao Hong's hands, but he had never seen him use it before. A sneer appeared on Xiao Hong's face as she threw out the ancient god battlefield. The tower was octagonal in shape, and there were bells ringing on it. The sound waves spread out, intimidating all the world-devouring demons within 100 feet. After that, over 100 incantation seals were struck into the pagoda. A golden light shot out and killed all the world-devouring demons that were caught by the demonic sound. Xiao Hong was ecstatic. It excitedly formed another hand seal, and its body danced in the golden light. The corpses of the dead world-devouring demons were immediately absorbed into the ancient god battlefield. In fact, she had never used the ancient god's battlefield before because it was too damaged. After such a long time, it had been almost repaired, but it had always been used as a trump card, and he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, at this time he couldn't care about any trump cards. He just threw them out to grab resources. However, the good times didn't last long. The four of them didn't get excited for long before their faces began to turn ugly. He had just fought desperately for resources and killed over 100 third-grade world-devouring demons. His physical strength was on the verge of collapse, and he was starting to feel a little weak. There were still over 100 third-grade world-devouring demons in front of him. Although the speed of the world-devouring demons breaking out of the void was constantly decreasing, he didn't know when they would end. The referee's expression was also a little unsightly as he said in a deep voice, "Be careful, everyone. Since there are so many third-grade world-devouring devils, then there must be a fourth-grade world-devouring devil leading them. Level 4. Yunxia was surprised. That rank for S strength is Ingluo. He said in a deep voice. The strength level of the world-devouring demons is the same as the strength level of the devil world. And so on. A fourth-grade world-devouring devil is equivalent to a second-grade devil monarch, which is equivalent to the void stage of the heavenly martial realm. The three's faces changed greatly. In their current state, even if they encountered an ordinary second-grade demon lord, they wouldn't be able to do as they wished. Moreover, these world-devouring demons were clearly stronger than the Devil Monarch. "Don't be afraid," Xianxia comforted the crowd. "It doesn't matter even if there's a fourth-grade world-devouring demon. With the four of us working together, we'll definitely be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world trembled, and even the lake began to shake violently. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force penetrating through the void. The strength of this force was far above these third-grade world-devouring demons. Even if the three of them used their toes to think, they would know what had happened. Wei Qing gave Xianxia an angry glare and scolded, "You jinx! We'll all die at the hands of your stinky mouth sooner or later." Xianxia was no longer in the mood to bicker. He stared nervously at a place where energy fluctuations were coming from as purple lightning bolts churned in his palm. The space there twisted into a whirlpool, and a lizard-like man stepped out of the void. The lizardman's body was dark purple in color, and it looked like there was a layer of smooth mucus on it. The dripping sound was very disgusting. Unlike the previous world-devouring demons, the fourth-grade world-devouring demon had a certain level of intelligence at first glance. Its eyes, which occupied half of its face, were staring at Xianxia and the others, full of fierceness and vigilance. Suddenly, the body of the fourth-grade world-devouring devil collapsed and slowly bent down, as if it was accumulating power. Its eyes were fixed on the purple thunder in Xianxia's hand. Swish! The fourth-grade world-devouring demon rose to his feet in anger, and his figure disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a dark purple flash appeared in front of Xianxia, and he swung his slender and sharp claws. Xianxia's face flickered as he raised his palm to receive the attack. Under the void of energy in his body, his blood and qi tumbled and he was forced to retreat, which was enough to show the amazing power of the claw. Xianxia was also secretly surprised as he looked at the claws of the fourth-grade world-devouring demon. The claws were slender, without any webs in the middle, and the sharp nails were exuding a demonic aura. It was just the power of a single attack just now, and it was already stronger than the strength of an ordinary second-grade demon lord. After the attack, the world-devouring demon did not fight back. Instead, it carefully faced Xianxia and the others. Just as they were carefully dealing with that fourth-grade world-devouring devil, an equally powerful aura came from the void. And it wasn't just one aura. When the few of them saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, his face turned ashen. They saw 7 fourth-grade world-devouring demons appearing from the void one after another. The moment they appeared, they surrounded them. His sharp eyes kept sizing up the 4 of them, and from the look in his eyes, it could be seen that even if they didn't have high intelligence, they had a certain level of intelligence. Why are there so many Kasayas in this place? Xianxia and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts sank to the bottom. "This is troublesome," the referee said. "For so many fourth-grade world-devouring demons to appear here, it proves that the highest grade of world-devouring demons here is definitely not fourth grade. There are definitely fifth-grade Devil Supreme existences here." Although his face was solemn, his eyes were shining. He seemed to be peeking at something. If he could obtain or devour these world-devouring demons, he would be able to recover at least half of his cultivation. "Everyone, don't panic. This is a good thing. We don't even need to look for the Qilin demon bone." Xianxia had the same thought. He licked his lips and said jokingly, "As long as I can devour the world-devouring demons I just collected, these 8 world-devouring demons, and the Devil Supreme Realm world-devouring demon that is hiding somewhere, I can directly step into the creation realm. Although it's very reasonable, I wonder who's the one eating who?" Wei Qing sneered. "What do we do now?" Xiao Hong asked in a low voice. There was a moment of silence. No one knew what to do. Facing such a dangerous situation, their brains were a little muddled. He looked at the 8 purple world-devouring demons and gulped. "It's not that there's no way. It's not difficult to win with the 4 of us. What I'm afraid of is that hidden 5th-grade world-devouring devil. If it were to suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack, none of us would be able to withstand it." "Are you sure about the existence of the 5th-grade world-devouring demon?" Xianxia asked gloomily. "Are you sure?" "Of course. The referee glanced at him. If it weren't for the king behind them, do you think they'd be standing here so obediently? Yunxiao's eyes swept over the restless fourth-grade world devouring demons around him, as well as the third-grade world devouring demons in the distance. And he knew that the judge was right. The fourth-grade world devouring devil had sufficient intelligence. It was still acceptable for it to be cautious and not make a move for the time being. However, there was definitely something fishy about it. Then, "Does my lord have a solution?" he asked. The referee nodded and said, "Of course there is. I'll help you guys hold the fort while you guys deal with these 8 world-devouring demons. With me here, the king won't act rashly. If they suddenly attack, I'll be able to handle it." Yunxiao nodded. "We naturally believe in your strength, Lord Qi, but I have a question. Do you not want these 8 realm-devouring devil puppets anymore, Lord Qi?" Richard glared at him and said, "Naturally. Isn't my support considered a contribution? Naturally, they had to split it. There are 4 of us, 2 for each." Yunxiao touched his chin and said in a low voice, "If we can kill these 4th-grade world-devouring demons, I have no objections to the distribution method. However, it's a bit awkward." "But what?" He rolled his eyes and scoffed. "It's just that Lord Xi's strength is tyrannical. Just staying here to hold the line is really a waste of God's gift." Yunxiao finished sighing with a bitter heart, then blinked and said, "It would be better for Sir to attack together with us. This way, not only will our chances of victory be greater, but we can also let that 5th-grade world-devouring devil revere your strength." The judge's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "No, it's precisely because I'm the strongest that I'll be the one to deal with their king. As the saying goes, general against general, soldier against soldier. Haven't you heard of this logic? General against general, soldier against soldier. If that's the case, then Sir, who is the general and we are the soldiers?" Yunxiao's eyes darkened as he sneered. "It turns out that Master Hao has always regarded us as small soldiers." The judge's face was dark and gloomy. He knew that Yunxiao was deliberately looking for trouble, but he could not be too tough at this time, so he could only snort and say, "I'm just saying that. Of course not." Wei Qing, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. This time he was on Yunxiao's side, which was rare. "Yunxiao is right. Your Excellency, you'd better join us. After all, these 8 world-devouring demons are so powerful that we may not be able to resist them with our strength." They were all prominent figures in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and all of them had strong opinions. It was impossible for them to be inferior to others. Moreover, ever since he had entered the demon world, Wei Qing could clearly feel that his bones had become active, and there was a feeling of losing control, as if they had transcended his control. If he were to fall out with him now, he would be helpless. As a result, there was a gap in the united front line. Richard seemed to have noticed this change, and his face darkened. "You don't believe me?" Wei Qing said indifferently. "Trust is built on each other's actions. It's not built on the mouth." He had expressed his attitude by saying this. "Humph." The judge was extremely displeased. He clenched his hands and rubbed them together. The demonic light on his body crackled as he said coldly, "Since that's the case, we'll deal with the 2 of them at once. Don't blame me if a 5th-grade world-devouring devil sneaks up on you later." "Of course," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Whoever is ambushed can only blame his bad luck. If I were that 5th-grade world-devouring demon, I would definitely ambush the strongest of the 4. I wonder who's the strongest of the 4 of us." The referee's face twitched and he let out a muffled groan. He knew Yunxiao was right. Although his strength had fallen, he still had the power of a holy demon. That terrifying 5th-grade world-devouring devil had yet to come out. It was highly possible that it was hiding in fear of his might and was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If they were to launch a sneak attack, he would be the first to bear the brunt. As expected, he looked up and saw the 8 lizard-like world-devouring demons staring at him. Their eyes were flickering with an ominous glint, and they were constantly spitting out purple bubbles. The referee's heart was suddenly filled with irritation as he frowned in disgust. His eyes shot out a sharp light as he gritted his teeth and said, Then in your opinion, how should we distribute these 8? You want me to distribute them? Yuanxiao laughed. Then this one will take up the responsibility. A hint of slyness flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although these 8 world-devouring demons were all 4th grade and their auras appeared to be similar, there was still a huge difference in reality. These differences were reflected in their age, the strength of their bodies, their breathing, and even the color of their eyes and skin. Not only could Wei Qing and Xiao Hong not see it, but even the referee could not see it. But, under Yunxiao's magical spirit eyes, they could not hide it. He seemed to point at it casually and said, "This, that, mine, this Lord Wei Qing's, that Pai Xiu." He pointed his fingers here and there, and finally distributed the 8. It seemed like a casual distribution, but in fact, he had given himself the 2 weakest ones. Next were Xiao Hong and Wei Qing, while Kuan was assigned the 2 strongest. Each of you can just deal with 2 in front of you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Wei Qing frowned. I think so too, Yuanxiao said with a smile. But, since Lord Qi wants me to distribute it, I have to do it reluctantly. He shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. The referee only felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what it was. He said irritatedly, "Cut the crap! Do it!" Before he could finish his words, the vines on his body spread out like a cobweb and grabbed at the 2 world-devouring demons Yuanxiao had pointed out. Those 8 world-devouring demons were originally motionless, as though they were under some kind of control. They simply watched as the devil vine pounced over. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the devil vines were about to touch his body, the originally dull world-devouring devil suddenly became abnormally agile. It instantly transformed into countless devil shadows and disappeared from its original spot. What? Everyone was shocked. Even perfected Lord Mengling could be trapped by the Holy Sea's vines for a while. But now, they had missed. What an astonishing speed! Be careful! Yuanxiao suddenly cried out in surprise, and his figure disappeared from where he was. Bang! The space where he had been standing exploded. A huge lizard's hand reached out from the void and crushed the space. Bang, bang, bang! The place where Wei Qing and the others were standing was also attacked, but they all used their divine abilities to dodge it. However, with this attack, the 4 of them were immediately separated. Yuanxiao fled hundreds of feet away and stared coldly at the 2 4th-grade world-devouring demons in front of him. These world-devouring demons were like fish in water. Furthermore, their claws were extremely sharp. If they were to receive that attack, they would most likely not be in a good state. He was carefully observing the 2 world-devouring demons when his expression suddenly changed. These 4th-grade world-devouring demons had quite a bit of intelligence and could understand the human language. These 2 world-devouring demons were actually the ones he had assigned to him. He casually swept his eyes around and saw that the rest of the world-devouring demons were also staring at their respective targets. Exactly as Yuanxiao had said. Yuanxiao was surprised, but he was also secretly delighted. He had originally thought that they would be the ones to pick out the world-devouring demons. He had not expected the other party to be so cooperative. At that moment, the sky was turned into a 4-sided battlefield, surrounded by more than 100 3rd-grade world-devouring demons. The deterrence of the 4th-grade world-devouring demons made them not dare to approach, which undoubtedly reduced the pressure on Yuanxiao and the others. Swish! The 2 world-devouring demons in front of Yuanxiao suddenly turned around and launched a critical attack. Their claws and fingers slashed down in the air, and several purple demonic energy blades slashed down. Bang! The purple thunderbolt in Yuanxiao's hand flickered and shattered the few wisps of demonic energy. As soon as the 2 world-devouring demons saw him, they surrounded Yuanxiao from both sides and hid in the void with trembling bodies. Interesting. Yuanxiao's eyes lit up slightly. These 2 world-devouring demons were obviously cooperating with each other, which showed that they had high intelligence. Although they were not fully awakened, they were not something that those low-intelligence demons could compare to. He calmly extended his arms to the sides of his body. With a twist of his wrist, the purple lightning took form and condensed into a wheel. Bang! The moment that wheel appeared, 2 claw fingers smacked onto it. Two world-devouring devils broke through the sky once again. Two huge figures pressed down on the wheel, continuously erupting with lightning in all directions. Palipala, the lightning that shot out was like a dragon or a snake. Not only did it shake the surroundings, but it also struck the two world-devouring demons at the same time. It shuttled through their bodies and attacked their defenses. The purple thunder was condensed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, and its power was doubled in the realm. However, in the devil realm it was only a thunder with a higher degree of condensation, and did not have the power to crush everything. But even so, Xianxia already had an innate lightning body, and with his powerful cultivation base, the purple disk he condensed was unshakable. Under the impact of the two world-devouring demons, he could only tremble slightly. He was still able to steadily block the two attacks. Xianxia glanced at Yuan and Wei Qing in his spare time and found that the gap between these world-devouring demons was indeed not small. If he were Yuan's two opponents, he would not have had such an easy time. Not only even Wei Qing and Xiao Hong found it difficult to deal with it. Under that powerful and fierce attack, the expressions of the few of them were very serious. Bang! Xiao Hong's figure was torn apart by the sharp claws of a world-devourer devil, turning into a heart flame and dissipating. The remaining power of the claws directly struck the ancient god battlefield. Ding! 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 The ancient god's battlefield shook slightly and a large number of shadows appeared. Sound waves rippled from the octagon exquisitely carved, forming a sound barrier that attacked the two world-devouring demons. At the same time, Xiao Hong's figure suddenly appeared beside the other world-devouring devil. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist, and the AMO will treasure appeared in her hand. Swish! A beam of sword chi broke through the air. The wheel of fortune spun, and thousands of birds cried. Bang, bang, bang! That world-devouring devil suddenly turned around and used both of his hands to grab the sword. However, he was immediately jolted by the powerful sword force, causing his fingers and palms to tremble chaotically, and devil chi to constantly emerge. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Hong's eyes. Under the fluctuation of demonic chi, the force in her hand increased. She wanted to strike with all her strength and kill the one in front of her first. However, her body suddenly froze, and the sword in her hand seemed to have stopped for a moment. His body suddenly turned in midair, and an attack slid down from the side of his waist, tearing a little cloth. It was actually another world-devouring devil that had broken through the air and launched a sneak attack on her. The two world-devouring demons gathered once again. Their fierce eyes were fixed on her. The surrounding space fluctuated, and their figures slowly hid within it. Xiao Hong knew that she had missed her chance. Her figure flickered a few times in the air and returned to the sound barrier of the ancient god's battlefield. She held the AMO wheel in her hand and looked around vigilantly. On the other side, Wei Qing's chi and blood also churned after the fierce clash with the world-devouring demon. Yin and yang chi gushed out, and two spots in the space became slightly sluggish. He then sent a palm out. Boom! A wave of devil chi overflowed from the spot where Wei Qing's palm struck. The two world-devouring devils were both struck by Wei Qing's palm and were sent flying out. The intense pain had completely stimulated their ferocity. Swish! The two world-devouring devil claws spread out. Once again, they concealed themselves in the void and used spatial bending as they instantly struck out. Even though he was already mentally prepared for the ferocity of these things, what caught Wei Qing off guard was that these world-devouring demons actually knew how to cooperate. One was attacking fiercely, while the other was hiding in the void. Wei Qing made another hand seal and threw the yin and yang chi bottle. He used the yin and yang chi to form a palm and blocked the attack. After that, he made another hand seal and slapped his body. After the two world-devouring devils were forced back, they immediately hid in the void. As for Wei Qing, he was already in a sorry state with many light injuries on his body. Boom! In the sky not far away, a circle of demonic chi suddenly surged over, and Wei Qing hurriedly retreated. The source of the devil chi was precisely Yi and the two strongest world-devouring devils. The battle was earth-shattering, and the devil chi surged over in circles, causing the battlefield of the three to keep moving away from them to avoid being affected. Even if the remaining power did not cause much damage, there would still be interference. Those world-devouring devils were actually continuously dodging the devil-punishing vines' net attacks. In the end, the judge simply removed the net, and the vines shot out in different directions, ultimately shooting towards a certain direction. Swish! A fourth-grade world-devouring devil jumped out from that space, and with a swipe of its claws, it actually severed a few devil vines. That devil vine and the skeleton were originally one. When the devil vine broke, the skeleton was also injured, and he only felt a wave of intense pain. He looked at the world-devouring demon with a sinister expression. He made hand seals with both hands, and the devil vines that filled the sky behind him started dancing. It wasn't attacking the two world-devouring demons, but rather wrapping itself tightly, forming a huge cocoon. It stopped there quietly, as if it was nurturing something. Even though the two world-devouring demons didn't know why that huge cocoon had appeared, they instinctively felt a threat and immediately flew into a rage. Bang bang! The two world-devouring demons kept disappearing and reappearing, brandishing their claws and frantically attacking the huge cocoon. Their speed was so fast that no one could see them disappear. The vines were torn apart layer by layer, and there was only one layer left. Whoosh! All of a sudden, demonic chi rose up and surrounded the giant cocoon. A powerful aura was emitted from inside. Those devil vines immediately twisted into a few strands and contained a powerful force that sent the two world-devouring devils flying. The devil vines were withdrawn, and a dark-skinned, brawny man appeared in mid-air. His face was sullen, and he had transformed into a human with some devil vines wrapped around his body. His eyes were cold and sinister. "It's really good to be able to force me to reveal this form." The two fourth-grade world-devouring demons tumbled a few times in the air before coming to a stop. They had only received a collision, but didn't suffer any injuries. Swish! The two fourth-grade world-devouring demons roared in anger and once again disappeared into space. The judge's eyes glowed with a strange light, and he said coldly, "If you force out my true body, don't expect to live." He crossed his fingers and formed an incantation gesture as he shouted, "Bang, bang, bang!" In the sky above, the vines and the realm-devouring devil claw collided countless times, and the sounds of collision rang out incessantly. Countless energy explosions could be seen, dazzling everyone's eyes. The two world-devouring demons continued to shuttle back and forth between reality and illusion, running for their lives in all directions. However, they were still being bombarded until they let out blood-curdling screeches. "This is his true body?" The change in the bones immediately caught the attention of Xianxia and the others. Xianxia was surprised, but he also felt a little afraid. He had completely gained the upper hand. Under such a powerful attack, it was only a matter of time before the two world-devouring demons died. His expression immediately turned cold, and he no longer bothered with the world-devouring devil in front of him. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the Alai Xuanzang immediately appeared in his hand. His figure disappeared on the spot in a flash. The two world-devouring demons glanced at Alai Xuanzang, seemingly a little afraid. As soon as they saw Xianxia disappear, panic appeared on their faces, and they fled into the void in a flash. One of them seemed to be half a beat slower, and its body clearly stopped for a moment when it became translucent. Poochie! In the blink of an eve, purple lightning flashed in the void. The Owl of Xuanzang stabbed out and pierced through him. Xianxia poured a large amount of thunder and lightning into the battle axe, and as a stream of demonic energy burst out, the world-devouring demon's body trembled violently. A large amount of demonic fiend was dispelled, which was instantly destroyed by the purple thunder and turned into the purest demonic energy. Sensing the danger of its companion, the other world-devouring devil rushed out of the space above Yunxiao's head and pounced at him while roaring. Yunxiao's face grew serious as he made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and a pitch-black shield with the head of a beast and countless twisted branches carved on it appeared in front of him. Swish, swish! The pupils of the world-devouring demon that was swooping down suddenly shrank. It let out a terrified cry and actually stopped its body in front of the shield. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it didn't dare to collide with the shield. Although Xianxia was surprised, he also thought it was a great opportunity. So he swung his Ananda and struck down. Bang! The shield directly smashed against the head of the world-devouring demon, shattering it. A large amount of demonic qi gushed out as its body was sent flying backward. At this moment, the world-devouring demon that had been pierced through by the Alai Xuanzong had already started to curl up. Demonic specters and some low-level demons were constantly degrading from its body. Xianxia held the shield in his left hand and smashed it down. Bang! The degraded world-devouring demon finally disintegrated completely under this attack. After a large amount of demonic light dissipated, it gradually curled up and condensed into a purple corpse. Xianxia was overjoyed, and he immediately put it into the Divine Realm tablet. Originally, after a devil died, they would turn into the purest form of devil qi. However, these world-devouring devils had devoured a large amount of world energy, so the devil qi that formed their main bodies wouldn't dissipate. Instead, they would curl up and become extremely valuable natural treasures. At this point, out of the 8 purple gold world-devouring demons, 1 had finally been eliminated. Xianxia turned to look at the realm-devouring demon in the distance, who was cowering in fear, and walked over step by step. The world-devouring devil seemed to recognize a Nangansha, or perhaps it recognized the shape of the beast's head. As a result, it was filled with endless fear and trembled as it continuously retreated. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped as well. He tightened his grip on the 2 demonic weapons and looked around vigilantly. The surroundings were quiet, but he had a feeling that he was being stared at by a venomous snake. This sense of danger made his hair stand on end, and every hair on his body stood on end. Who is it? Come out! Xianxia waved the battle axe in his right hand and knocked it against the black shield. An ancient sound reverberated, deafening even the deaf. As the 2 MO weapons struck each other, the feeling of being stared at disappeared as if it had never existed. But Xianxia knew that it was by no means an illusion. He became alert to his surroundings and cried out in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful! There's an expert spying from the void, and it's extremely likely that it's that 5th-grade world-devouring devil." The hearts of Wei Qing and the others sank. It was already extremely difficult for them to deal with the 2 4th-rank world-devouring devils in front of them. If there was also a Devil Supreme-level world-devouring devil, the pressure they would face could be imagined. Xianxiao's eves flickered with killing intent as he teleported behind the world-devouring demon and swung his axe at it. Shwa shwa! Even though that world-devouring devil was afraid, in the face of life and death, he still fought back with all his might. His sharp claws swept out and grabbed onto the battle axe, causing boundless demonic light to erupt. Xianxia grinned hideously as he threw the shield at the man. The world-devouring devil scurried away in fear. It seemed that it was indeed afraid of the beast phantom on the shield and not the 6 Paths devil weapon. Xianxiao's figure flickered, and he immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and chased after the world-devouring demon. Just like before, Alai Xuanzong slashed down and pierced through the world-devouring demon's body. Pai li pala! Electric arcs flickered. A large amount of purple lightning followed the battle axe and rushed into the body of the world-devouring devil, leaving it with no way to hide. A large amount of devil qi followed the lightning and shot out from the body of the world-devouring devil, disintegrating its body. A moment later, the world-devouring demon was also in his bag, curled up into a ball, and was collected by Xianxia. After killing the 2 in front of him, he swept his gaze over the other 3. He had already gained the absolute upper hand. Under his violent attacks, the 2 world-devouring demons could only run for their lives. The demonic qi on their bodies was scattered into a ball and continued to spread. Although Wei Qing was also busy fighting, Xianxia could see that he had suppressed his strength to a certain extent, as if he did not want to win too early. It seemed like he was also very scheming and wanted to make a plan before taking action. Xianxia was a little surprised as he watched the yin and yang energy spin around Wei Qing like a finger. Wei Qing was becoming more and more adept at using the yin and yang qi, which made him feel a certain fear. One had to know that Wei Qing's two world-devouring demons were much stronger than the ones he had dealt with. If it wasn't for the beast head on the shield causing the world-devouring demon to feel fear, he wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. At this moment, the only one on the battlefield who was truly exhausted and seemed to be struggling was Xiao Hong. Under the joint attack of the two world-devouring demons, she had suffered some injuries. His clothes were already in a mess, but the light in his eyes was getting colder and colder. The amok wheel in his hand hissed and screeched, and when it came into contact with the sharp claws, countless flames burst out. Seeing that the AMO wheel was being pushed down and its claws were about to pierce Xiao Hong's shoulder, Yunxiao went over in an instant and appeared directly beside Xiao Hong. With a wave of his arm, he lifted the AMO wheel and smashed it down on a realm-devouring demon. Bang! The world-devouring devil couldn't dodge in time, and its head was directly smashed by Ananda Gansha. It let out a loud cry as it fled. Many thanks. Xiao Hong was overjoyed. He saw the right opportunity and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. A heart flame shot out and blasted away the world-devouring devil in front of him. Following that, the 12 fortune wheels spun and emitted a hissing sound as the AMO will treasure slashed out with all its might. With a Hong sound, that world-devouring demon was also severely injured and was sent flying. Xiao Hong's face revealed a look of joy. She changed the direction of her sword and was about to give chase when her body suddenly froze. He was not the only one. Even Yunxiao and Wei Qing were shocked and looked to the side in horror. The space around the referee turned, and an extremely powerful pressure came from the sky. In that trance, a figure seemed to have descended, and an otherworldly fist smashed over ruthlessly. Realm fist. A cold voice came from the void, and the whole world seemed to freeze. Yi's pupils shrank and his heart beat violently. His eyes shot out a sharp light. He had always been on his guard. Even after he had revealed his true form, he had not used his full strength against the two world-devouring demons. He had been waiting for this attack to arrive. Good! The demonic chi on Yi's body suddenly exploded. Countless demonic vines behind him shot forward and formed a ball at the forefront. The demonic chi on it swirled and collided with the realm fist. Boom! Immediately, a large area of space trembled as energy waves were pushed out. More than half of the third-grade world-devouring demons at the outermost perimeter were directly annihilated. It's indeed a fifth-grade world-devouring devil. The referee took a few steps back and stabilized the chi and blood in his body. He had been injured after taking the other party's attack head-on. He stared at the figure who had suddenly appeared with a touch of fear in his eyes. The other party's entire body was pitch black, and he actually appeared in human form. A long tail could be seen from his wide robe. That fifth-grade world-devouring devil had a bluish-green complexion. A pair of bluish-white fangs were exposed on his lips, and his facial features were quite handsome. He actually squinted his eyes and smiled. Hee. It's impolite to call this king a world-devouring devil. You can call me you. Swallowing his saliva, Yen Tun turned to Yunxiao and asked for help. Come and help me. I'm not his match. Although Yunxiao was free at the moment, he did not intend to make a move. He exchanged a smile with Xiao Hong and nodded tacitly. Although we've been assigned jobs earlier, Yunxiao said cheerfully, since Lord Qi has said so, we'll take Lord Qi's two fourth-grade world-devouring demons and share your burden. When the referee heard this, a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat and he almost spat it out. His face was filled with anger. Not only did they not help him, but they also wanted to snatch his spoils of war. Those two world-devouring demons were already severely injured. Even if they didn't make a move, they most likely wouldn't be able to live for long. He looked at Wei Qing, hoping that he could get out as soon as possible. Wei Qing looked at you and was secretly shocked. The powerful demon commander's aura made his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to step forward to help, so he hurriedly said, Master Hu, I'm overwhelmed right now. I have the heart but not the strength. After saying this, he suppressed his strength a bit more, deliberately appearing a bit flustered. so that his words were more convincing. Is my death your goal? Not to mention that I'm dead. If I'm injured again, I'll most likely have to sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. That transforming Qilin bone-grinding he. His tone was full of threat as he coldly said, "Furthermore, if I were to die, none of you would be able to escape the pursuit of this world-devouring devil." Yo, I told you not to call me world-devouring devil. Senior, you're being very rude. Richard blinked its eyes and opened its right hand to support its chin, looking harmless. Wei Qing also knew that this was no joke. Although Yu's attack was suspected to be a sneak attack, it was indeed very powerful. It had completely surpassed the creation realm of the heavenly martial arts realm. Perhaps only Shen Yuanyao, who was a half-step to the Realm King, could be compared to him. However, if they were in the devil realm, even Shen Yuanyao would not be their match. As he thought of this, killing intent immediately surged on Wei Qing's face. He had long since suppressed the two world-devouring demons, and could kill them at any time. At this moment, he directly raised the treasure bottle. The yin and yang qi instantly transformed into two huge hands that descended from the sky, grabbing tightly onto the two world-devouring demons. Swish! The two world-devouring devil puppets cried out sharply. Their eyes were filled with fear as they kept twisting their bodies. The mucus on their bodies kept oozing out, which was completely neutralized by the yin and yang qi. Wei Qing sneered. In a flash, he appeared beside them and slapped them with both hands. Bang! Bang! The two palms landed solidly on the body of the world-devouring devil, causing the two world-devouring devils to let out miserable cries. Soon after, it was caught by the huge hand formed by the yin and yang qi into the bottle. The entire time, Chang Yu just stood there and watched. His eyes were cold and he didn't help. As for Yunxiao and Xiao Hong, they joined forces to kill the realm-devouring demon that belonged to you, then put it away and faced you from a distance. You suddenly laughed. My clan's body contains a very strong power of the demon world. Consuming it can be said to be a great supplement. It is beneficial to all of you without any harm. No wonder you cherish it so much. I wouldn't be willing to throw it away even if I killed it. These words caused the four people's hair to stand on end. After all, they were from a different race. It was understandable for them to refine the world-devouring devil into a pill or eat it raw. However, Yu was from his own race. His words were even more indifferent than those of a different race. How cold-blooded, and how merciless must one be to disregard the death of one's own kind. The four of them couldn't help but feel their hands and feet turn cold. They felt that their three views had collapsed, and their understanding of this person had been refreshed. They were speechless for a while. Why? Did I say something wrong? The referee looked at the four of them and smiled. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "That's right. Your Excellency is right. I wonder if Darren would be willing to give us some nourishment." As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature around them dropped. The smile on Yu's face froze, as if it was covered in a layer of ice. Xiao Hong replied coldly, as the saying goes, things hurt people of the same kind, and people have the same heart. This person was indifferent to the death of his own kind, which shows how cold-blooded he is. Ha ha ha! Yu suddenly laughed wildly and looked coldly at Xiao Hong. Are you telling a joke? We demons grow by devouring each other. If we don't devour each other, how can we be high-level demons? I think you were born from a rainbow stone spirit, right? Even so, he should have devoured quite a few demons to have his current achievements. It's laughable to talk about how things hurt people of the same kind. Both Xiao Hong and Yun Xiao were taken aback, and it was only then that they realized that the devil realm and the heavenly martial realm were fundamentally different. The demons considered themselves as the bottom line. As long as they didn't cross that line, they had no moral principles to speak of. Yu's expression was calm. It seemed like he agreed with you. Even though they were all holy demons, it was not rare for them to devour each other in the long history of the demon world. Not to mention the demon supremacies and demon lords who were below their level. Yun Xiao cupped his fists and said with a grateful look, "Since that's the case, Lord Yu, please send more world-devouring demons for us to eat." Ha ha! You're courting death. Originally, before you die, this king wanted to get closer to you and let you die a little more happily. It doesn't seem necessary anymore. You looked at them coldly, and his eyes finally fell on Xianxia. He sized him up and said, "Are you an alchemist?" Xianxia was slightly surprised. He could not help but feel a little strange that the other party had mentioned his identity so casually. After all, alchemists did not exist in the devil realm, let alone the title of alchemist. Although some great demons could refine objects to a certain extent by comprehending the heaven and earth, and some of them were similar to alchemists, it was not a clear branch. "You know about alchemists too?" he asked. "I've seen him before." He nodded, his eyes hazy, as if he was reminiscing about something. "You've seen him before?" Xianxia was taken aback. How long ago had this happened? Yujiji looked at him, but his gaze seemed to penetrate through him and landed on a certain point in the distance. He paused for a moment before he said, "I can't remember the date either. I only remember that I was only a second-grade alchemist at that time, and my spiritual intelligence had not yet fully developed. That alchemist stirred up a storm, and with one move, he caught all the realm-devouring demons in the sea area I was in and refined them into a huge cauldron." There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Even though he had reached the 5th level of Honor Demon, it was still difficult to erase the damage that was left on his young heart from that scene. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Oh? So you're going to take revenge on me now?" You shook his head. "No. I want to grant you supreme glory. I want you to become my demonic servant. This way, you can refine it for me for the rest of your life." Xianxia sneered. "This glory is too precious, and happiness comes too fast. I can't react in time. You'd better give this glory to someone else." You smiled. "It's not up to you. When the 5 demon venerables entered the rift together, I didn't even show up. However, I'm extremely attracted to the 4 of you." He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia and the others as if they were goods, and then he commented, "One of you is Rainbow Stone Spirit Transformation, a great tonic. The other had a yin and yang qi bottle, which was a treasure of heaven and earth. The other one was actually a holy demon. The 4th one is an alchemist I've been dreaming of. Haha! Not only that, but you also have the 6 Paths MO weapon, which is also the most precious treasure of the MO world." The few of them laughed coldly. Although there was a gap in strength, none of them were worldly experts and had high ambitions. Hearing Yu's words, they all had cold expressions. "You're happy, but we're distressed," Wei Qing ridiculed. "There's only a single 5th-grade world-devouring devil. It's not enough for us to split." "Don't worry," Xianxia said with a smile. "Don't forget that I'm an alchemist. I can directly refine him into a pill, and then I'll make 4 pills." "That's true. I forgot about it." Wei Qing laughed. "You're looking for death." After an angry shout, Yuzai was too lazy to speak. His body glowed with a black light, and a whip shadow hundreds of feet long suddenly rose. More than 10 whip shadows appeared in the sky, lashing at the crowd. When it shot down, one couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The judge and Wei Qing were shocked when they saw the dozen or so whip shadows shooting at the crowd. They hurried to fight the enemy. But with Yunxiao's magical spirit eyes, he immediately caught the real whip shadow, which was heading toward Xiao Hong. He immediately understood Yu's intention. He wanted to start with the weakest one. Besides, Xiao Hong was injured. If he could kill it in one blow, it would be much easier to deal with the other 3. Xiao Hong also retreated in shock, but there were also 3 or 4 whip shadows falling toward her. Since she couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, she could only deal with them all. She formed a hand seal and pointed at the pagoda in her hand. The bells that were distributed on the octagonal suddenly rang, and the power of sound waves spread out, attacking the whip shadow. Bang! 3 of the whip shadows were instantly dispersed, while the real shadow broke through the sound wave barrier and instantly struck Little Red's face. Xiao Hong was shocked. Before the long whip could even reach him, he could already feel a burning pain on his face. The power of the whip was too sharp, and it seemed as if it would split him in half. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Purple lightning gathered between his fingers and turned into sword chi. He shouted, "Demon slaying!" Bang! The purple thunder sword chi struck the black whip and exploded. The space around them trembled, and mottled energy fragments flew everywhere. Xiao Hong's eyes flickered, and it felt the space around it spin before it was teleported out by Yunxiao. Only then did the whip strike down, but it missed. About 80 feet away, the space shook, and Yunxiao and Xiao Hong's figures emerged. Xiao Hong's face was filled with fear as she looked at Yunxiao and said gratefully, "Many thanks." Yunxiao shook his head slightly and looked at you with a solemn expression. The referee and Wei Qing also reacted. The real purpose of Yu's attack was to kill Xiao Hong and defeat everyone one by one. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it wasn't the long whip that had struck him, but his tail. The tail was 70 to 80 feet long and had a triangular tip. There was a sharp light on it, and it was so sharp that it could not only break soldier armors, but it could also vaguely cut open space. He was also a little surprised. It was not until he stared into Yunxiao's eyes and saw the golden light that had not completely faded that he realized something and said, "No wonder you've cultivated eye sorcery. No wonder you can recognize my movements." Yunxiao calmed down and analyzed in a cold voice, "You want to kill us one by one. It's obvious that you don't have the confidence to deal with the four of us." "You're not confident?" Yu shook his head and smiled. "I just don't want to go through too much trouble. Since you've said so, I'll show you the demon's terrifying power." An extremely powerful killing intent spread across the lake. Suddenly, Yu's figure flashed and turned into thousands of images that couldn't be seen. With the four people's comprehension of the laws, they could only sense that the frequency of heaven and earth had begun to become chaotic under the power of the movement technique. They were unable to capture the real body. Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing was shocked. Li Yunxiao. Now, apart from Yunxiao, no one could accurately capture Yu's movements. They could only spread out the enchantment and sense the flow of power around them, so that they could take action in time if there was anything unusual. Realm Fist. A terrifying sound rang out, and the four of them were shocked. He had been injured by this move before, and he did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be if they were hit by it. The space in front of Yunxiao suddenly compressed, as if the radius of 10,000 feet had been condensed into 1 inch. The originally crystal-clear space suddenly became colorful, like a crystal containing countless impurities, and then it turned into a punch. Yunxiao was shocked. At this critical moment, he immediately summoned his Transcendence golden body, which had 3 heads and 6 arms. Golden and black light intertwined on his body as his 6 arms danced in the air and threw out hundreds of punches. Bang! 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 The wind of the fist fell like rain and hit the pressure of the realm fist, creating ripples. However, it still could not block the power of the realm fist. It was as if an entire world was pressing down from the sky. Boom! The terrifying force pushed toward Yunxiao, and his 6 arms suddenly formed a seal and thrust forward. With a loud bang, the 3 heads and 6 arms trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, which instantly evaporated. The power of the realm fist was as flat as the surface of a lake as it crushed over Yunxiao's body, causing his bones to crack. Everyone was horrified. Yunxiao had been seriously injured by a single punch when he had fought with all his strength. Big brother Yunxiao. Xiao Hong, who was not far away from him, felt her heart tremble as grief and anger welled up in her heart. What? This punch had an absolute advantage, but you couldn't help but frown. Although Yunxiao was seriously injured, he did not take a step back. Instead, his 6 arms clutched his right hand tightly. What's wrong? Do you think you can win by capturing me? What a childish way of thinking. Yu's right hand trembled slightly, and a large amount of demonic light flickered out, trying to shake Yunxiao's 6 arms away, but he found that it was of no use. Yunxiao's 6 hands showed some kind of special pattern. They only trembled a little, but still clenched tightly. "You're an alchemist," Yu said angrily. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yunxiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at him calmly. "It's not about whether I dare to kill, but whether I can kill. What? You frowned as he saw Yunxiao suddenly raise an arm and gently point forward. Voila! A chain came out of nowhere and tore out from the void. It rippled with blurry shadows and formed a nebula formation beside him. You frowned and swept his gaze around. He found that although the black chains were a little strange, they did not have any power. He couldn't help but laugh. You want to bind me with this thing? Wei Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically, and their eyes shone with great joy because they recognized that it was the devil essence lock. At the same time, he also understood Yunxiao's thoughts. Yunxiao's face was pale, but his aura was not weak. He sneered and said, "We won't know if we don't try." His eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Do it!" Voila! The demonic essence lock suddenly shrank and wrapped around Yu's body. Yu's expression suddenly changed, as if he had sensed something. At the same time, Xiaohong, Wei Qing, and Yen, who were closest to him, all attacked at the same time. Damn it! Yu roared and tried to break free from these chains. But he was shocked to find that the demonic qi in his body was locked, and he could not use any demonic power. He struggled with all his might, causing the devil essence lock to clatter as if it was about to break. However, the attacks from Xiaohong and the others were already in front of him. There was no way for him to dodge. Boom! A huge heart flame fell first, hitting Yu's body. Then, 2 streams of power from Wei Qing and Yu came one after another. 3 extraordinary forces gathered on Yu's body, and a terrifying demonic light exploded beside Yunxiao. Boom! Bang! Under the attack of the qi wave that could swallow the sun and moon, the devil essence lock broke into countless pieces and melted in the void. Yu, on the other hand, was directly swallowed by this force. The next moment, the space collapsed, and a huge black hole formed on the spot, kept expanding, swallowing, and tearing everything around it. Yunxiao was the closest to the black hole, and with all his primordial energy exhausted, he was pulled in. Big brother Yunxiao. Xiaohong's face turned pale with fright at the sight, and her mind went blank. She hurriedly flew forward and grabbed Yunxiao's hand, but she could not resist the suction of the black hole either, and was dragged in with him. Yi's expression changed, and he retreated. At the same time, a large number of vines burst out from his body. Shoot! He entered the black hole to save the 2 of them. The vines finally wrapped around Yunxiao and Xiaohong's arms, and when they were about to drag them out, the judge's face changed drastically. This suction force was far beyond his imagination. If he continued to pull, even he would fall into it, so he made a prompt decision. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he said, "If you can survive, then meet me in Yuan County of the Ice Region." Yi and Wei Qing kept retreating, only stopping when they were a few thousand feet away from the black hole. The 2 of them stared gloomily at the vortex, not knowing what they were thinking. After a moment of silence, Wei Qing said in a deep voice, "Are they going to who knows?" The referee grunted. "Let's see what their fortunes are." "So the bone is in that whatever ice region Yuan County?" Wei Qing nodded and asked. "That's right, if Yuan County still exists." The referee nodded. After all, he had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, and the world had changed. He did not know if the landscape of the past was still there, or if the county capital was still there. "All right, let's go. Let's not waste any more time." Wei Qing flicked his sleeve and the 2 of them turned into rays of light and left. They had just entered the demon world and had already encountered such a great calamity. Losing 2 of their companions had caused the 2 of them to be in a bad mood. Especially Wei Qing. Yi's power in the MO world was stronger than his, and it seemed that he could no longer suppress the other. If he were to turn hostile now, he would not know what to do. However, the referee did not seem to be fearless. It was unknown whether he was using him or for other reasons, but he had always been polite to Wei Qing and showed no signs of falling out. As the 2 of them left, the lake quickly returned to its calm state. However, the huge black hole was still floating in the air and would not be depleted for a while. After a long time, there was a slight fluctuation on the surface of the lake. It was unknown when a figure had appeared on the surface of the lake. His feet were close to the surface of the lake, but he did not touch it. The figure's entire body was covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. He only stared at the huge black hole in the sky for a while, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a cold smile. He said leisurely, "This is interesting. G and those idiots joined forces to attack the realm of heavenly martial arts. Not only did we fail to take down the city, but the realm of heavenly martial arts also launched a counterattack. It's so stupid, and you've disgraced our demon race. That man and woman are the ones from the heaven martial realm who are said to have obtained the avatar of the demon lord and the emperor, and are able to use the Six Paths demonic weapon. If that's the case, then it's worth it to get involved in this mess. But what's their purpose in entering the devil realm? From what the demon commander said, he should be going to the ice region Yuan County. He mistook E for the demon lord and muttered, Yuan County? Could it be for Ingluo? The black-robed man's words suddenly stopped, and his eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he had fallen into deep thought. But then he laughed evilly and said to himself, "Since their target is Yuan County, I'll wait for them there. However, they couldn't be too comfortable on the way. I'll pass this news to G and the others. After all, the current devil world was too quiet and boring. Ever since man's clone was destroyed and injured, he had been in closed-door cultivation. E went to the realm of heavenly martial arts and started to cultivate in seclusion. G and the other 3 divisions were even more silent, not making any movements. I really don't like this quiet MO world. Ha ha ha." The black-robed man laughed and turned around, disappearing from the surface of the lake, leaving only a few ripples on the lake. After an unknown period of time, Yunxiao felt like his body was about to break, and all his bones seemed to be broken. Under the great pain, Yunxiao finally woke up slowly. The wind blowing on his face was cool, and his ears were silent. Yunxiao tried hard to open his eyes, and even his eyelids were in tearing pain. He thought to himself, "Fuck, how could it be so tragic?" He tried his best to move his fingers. He could still feel his body under control, but it was just painful. After being hit by Yu's world punch, his body had already fallen apart. Then, he had forcefully activated his body's potential and used the mana lock to lock Yu in. Then, he had been hit by the aftermath of Wei Qing and the other two's joint attacks. Finally, he had fallen into complete exhaustion. Fortunately, his divine sense was still present, and he was able to immediately see what was going on around him. He was currently in a valley. The sky was dark and gray, and he was surrounded by the yellow autumn scenery. The steep slope blocked his vision, and Xiao Hong lay a few hundred meters away from him, seemingly unconscious as well. Yuan County? Thinking of what the judge had said before, Yun Xiao sorted out his thoughts a little, then closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. However, he quickly opened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. He couldn't sense any spiritual qi in the entire devil world. The purest devil qi was everywhere, and all the breathing exercises in the realm of heavenly martial arts were based on the absorption of spiritual qi. In that case, I can only use MO skills to regulate my breathing and cultivate. After thinking for a while, Yun Xiao gave it a little try and found that it was equally effective, and there was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "No wonder the demonic race demonized the formation power of the heavenly martial realm when they invaded. It was to provide a steady stream of power. If the heavenly martial realm launched a counterattack on the demonic realm, the spiritual qi would also be a big problem. The level of demonic qi is higher than that of spiritual qi. If you want to corrode demonic qi, it will be much more difficult than corroding spiritual qi. But these were all things for the future." Yun Xiao quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and began to circulate his fiend cultivation technique to absorb the fiend energy around him and slowly recover his physical strength. At the same time, he thought that the demon world was so vast and unfathomable. The so-called 8 demon venerables seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Now, there were only Yuan and Yuan among the holy demons. Although Yi's strength had fallen, there was still a great chance of recovering the holy demon with time, and Na Yu's strength was not below that of a normal demon commander. At the thought of this, Yunxiao's desire for the bone grew even stronger. After a few hours, his brows twitched slightly. He had sensed some movement in the distance. Xiaohong seemed to have woken up from its coma. "Big brother Yunxiao." Xiaohong's voice came from the distance, followed by the slightly heavy sound of running. Xiaohong immediately came to Yunxiao's side, which showed that she had also exhausted a lot of her physical strength. "Big brother Yunxiao, are you all right?" Xiaohong bent down to check Yunxiao's. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm just exhausted," Yunxiao said slowly as he opened his eyes. "Phew, you scared me to death. It's good that you're fine." The depressed look on Xiaohong's face finally disappeared and was replaced by a relaxed expression. "Let's not waste time," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Hurry up and cultivate to recover your strength. We don't know where we are or if there's any more danger. It's best to recover our strength first." "Yes. Yes," Xiaohong answered softly, then sat cross-legged next to Yunxiao and began to regulate her breathing. Her injuries were not as serious as Yunxiao's, and she had already transformed her rainbow stone spirit. For her, the environment here was like a fish in water. A large amount of demonic qi rolled and gathered in one place, surging into her body. Yunxiao watched enviously as Xiaohong absorbed the fiend energy like a whale. He then calmed himself down and focused on recovering. Time passed little by little in the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, Xiaohong's body moved slightly, and it opened its eyes to look at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's heart stirred as if he had sensed something strange. He opened his eyes and was slightly taken aback when he saw Xiaohong. Her face was red and her eyes were dazed and slightly red, as if she was about to go into qi deviation while cultivating. "Big brother Yunxiao," Xiaohong called out softly. Yunxiao frowned. "You're too anxious to circulate your cultivation. Now, you're showing signs of qi deviation. Stop it now." Xiaohong was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. It leaned forward, stared at Yunxiao, and said faintly, "I'm already a devil. How did I suffer qi deviation?" Yunxiao's body tensed up when he felt the soft body pressing down on him, and his face turned slightly red. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression as he said awkwardly, "Xiaohong, your mind isn't clear right now. Get up first. A child is not a fish. How can he know my heart?" With a hint of resentment in her eyes, Xiaohong pushed Yunxiao to the ground without giving him a chance to explain, then leaned over and whispered into his ear, "The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. Can't you tell that I'm interested in you?" Yunxiao was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He knew that Xiaohong liked him, but he didn't expect to hear such an explicit confession in such an inappropriate place. As the two of them looked at each other, an ambiguous atmosphere rose, adding a trace of heat to the slightly cold wind. "Big brother Yunxiao." He could hear soft murmurs in his ears. By the time Yunxiao came back to his senses, a light kiss had already landed on his cheek. The hot breath made his heart tremble. He hurriedly pushed her away and said in a panicked voice, "Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." After he finished speaking, he bit the tip of his tongue hard, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Your mind has been invaded by demonic qi, so you might not understand what you're saying. It's better for you to stop your cultivation and calm down." Xiaohong was also stunned after being pushed away. A trace of ferocity flashed through her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "How could I not know what I was thinking? You've been pretending all along." With that said, she waved her hand, and a few streams of devil energy transformed into chains that bound Yunxiao's hands above his head. Then, she pressed down on him again and looked at him with an oppressive gaze, which was tilde wden unkenskam same neat. Yunxiao cried out in his heart. He moved a little, only to find that he could not break free from Xiaohong's restraint in his current state. Shocked, he shouted, "Little Red, wake up!" Xiaohong shook her head and said in a low voice, "I'm very clear-headed, but what about you? When can you look at me in the eye? I'd rather have you than have a dream that's all for nothing." She no longer cared about Yunxiao's scolding. She only knew that the man in front of her made her love and hate him, and she wanted to kill him to end this matter. In her madness, there was a little panic that was insignificant. In the legends, there were people who dreamed of being butterflies and said that they were suitable for life. They didn't know what the world was like. And who did they call themselves? When she suddenly woke up, she realized that it was just materializing. There was a saying that the beginning of life was the heart of a pure child, pure white and flawless. He was selfish and had boundless joy. It was originally to be honest with each other, and everything followed instinct. In the valley, a slightly dry mountain wind blew, gently lifting their hair and entangling it in the air. Hidden by the withered grass, the new moon had evolved to the beginning of life. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia gradually woke up and suddenly found himself lying on the ground, with Xiaohong curled up in a deep sleep beside him. Her soft breathing was accompanied by a fragrant scent that lingered around the tip of his nose, refreshing his heart. Xianxia's mind went blank when he thought of what had happened just now, and his scalp went numb. He had actually been forced to do it by Little Red when he was feeling weak. However, after a while, his lower body had already collapsed. Being pressed down by Xiaohong's body was both comfortable and uncomfortable. His hands couldn't help but scratch randomly on the ground, leaving a series of finger marks that were half an inch deep. Xiaohong was woken up by his restless body, and Xianxia was so frightened that he did not dare to move again. He quickly closed his eyes and lay on the ground, playing dead. A piercing cry rang out as Xiaohong instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew several thousand feet away. He directly blasted a deep hole in the ground and hid in it. Only then did Xianxia get up awkwardly and hurriedly put on his clothes. He looked at the mess on the ground, the undergarments and chiffon dress that Xiaohong had taken off, and the bright red color on her body, and he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He flicked out a wisp of flame from his finger, which landed on those marks and burned them away. Then, he checked the condition of his body and found that all his injuries had recovered. Even his cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. He immediately recalled that when the two of them were having fun, the demonic chi seemed to have completely fused with Xiaohong's body, as if it had become one with the laws of heaven and earth. Xianxia knew that it was all because of Xiaohong. Otherwise, with his body, it would have taken him at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover in the environment of the Devil Realm. However, when he thought about what had happened with Xiaohong, he couldn't help but feel a headache. What do we do? What do we do? Xianxia's mind was filled with question marks. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the deep pit in front of him and landed in front of him, turning into Xiaohong's figure. Xianxia was taken aback. "What?" he said. After stammering for a long time, she didn't know what to say as she gestured with her hands. At this moment, Xiaohong's face was cold, and her pale face was slightly flushed. She had already changed into a fiery red dress. The light muslin and her hair fluttered in the wind, and in this bleak mountain view, it was particularly dazzling. Her appearance was already stunning, and her current posture added a touch of unique charm. Xianxia took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to speak, but he suddenly heard Xiaohong say, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for what happened just now." "What?" Xianxia was taken aback, thinking that he had misheard. Xiaohong glared at him resentfully and said in a cold voice, "I said I will take responsibility for you." "Xianxia." He. When Xiaohong saw Xianxia staring at her blankly, she blushed and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Xianxia blushed as well, and he quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at her again. The two of them stood there, speechless, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. After a long time, Xiaohong finally spoke first. "How are your injuries?" "I'm all fine," Xianxia said quickly. "It's all thanks to you." "It's all my fault?" Xiaohong was taken aback for a moment, and then, as if she had thought of something, her cheeks burned, her ears and neck turned purple, and her red lips pursed as she stared at Xianxia with resentment in her eyes. Xianxia immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly said in embarrassment, "I was wrong. I said the wrong thing. It's my fault." Xiaohong's eyes flickered before she replied, "It's good that you're fine. Let's go." Only then did the two of them recover from the awkwardness. but they both lowered their heads and did not dare to look at each other. Even if their eyes met occasionally, they would immediately separate. "Look around," Yunxiao suddenly said. Xiao Hong raised her eyes and looked around, only to see a few scattered third-grade world-devouring demons not far away. They should be the ones who were killed in the battle with Yue, and then were swept over by the black hole. "Ha ha," Yunxiao said joyfully. "We're lucky this time." Xiao Hong also revealed a rare smile. However, after what had happened just now, she wasn't as excited as she was on the lake. "Collect the corpses of these world-devouring demons and refine them into medicinal pills," Yunxiao said. "They will definitely be a great weapon in the future in the Devil War." Xiao Hong was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you don't refine the pill for yourself? Although these things can increase one's cultivation base," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Realm-devouring devil is not the only heavenly material and earthly treasure that can do so. However, I'm afraid that this is the only thing in the world that can resist the power of the devil world. Don't take the rise and fall of the world too seriously," Xiao Hong said after a moment of silence. "After all, your own cultivation level is the most important thing." "Perhaps," Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "but everyone has their own ambitions." Xiao Hong's heart skipped a beat as he said nervously, "You're not happy?" "No." Yunxiao shook his head. "You have your purpose and I have my pursuit. No one is at fault. Since you wish to shoulder all the world's problems, then I'll go with you," Xiao Hong said after a moment of silence. Yunxiao's heart warmed. "It's good that you have such a thought. I'll take these world-devouring demons first. I'll give them to you after I refine them into medicine." Thus, he kept these world-devouring demons into the stone tablet. Immediately, the two of them began to collect the third-grade world-devouring demons that had been drawn in. The power of the black hole from before was too great. The area within dozens of miles was in the range of the spatial turbulence, and there were traces of the storm wreaking havoc everywhere. Suddenly, Yunxiao's body came to a halt as he looked ahead vigilantly. Xiao Hong also sensed something and raised her head. There was a slope in front of them that blocked the view behind them, but there was a slight trembling sound coming from the ground. The shaking was not from the ground, but from the sound of someone stepping on the frequency of the space, causing the space to be in sync. "Something powerful is coming. Be careful," Yunxiao said warily. He sent his divine sense over and could sense the power of the thing in front of him. Sure enough, a moment later, a huge lizard appeared on the slope. It had a triangular head and a neck umbrella. Its skin was like steel armor, covered with sharp thorns that were green and red in color. Both Yunxiao and Xiao Hong frowned, because the lizard was biting a third-grade world-devouring demon in its mouth. It chewed twice before swallowing it, and the two of them could even hear the sound of swallowing. After devouring the world-devouring devil, the lizard's fierce gaze fell on the two of them. It raised its umbrella and let out a few threatening growls. The lizard was obviously not very intelligent, but it was very fierce. After staring at the two for a while, he suddenly stomped on the ground and rushed up with a whoosh. The ground was torn apart by the force of the charge, and a huge crack kept appearing behind the lizard, spreading into the distance. A cold look immediately appeared on Yunxiao's face. He took the lead and stepped in front of Xiao Hong as he said, "I'll do it." As Xiao Hong watched Yunxiao move forward, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in her heart, as if she was being protected by someone, and her body was filled with a delicate warmth. It was not a strange feeling. She remembered that when she was in Haitian Town, the army of East Ocean came to capture her. The city was filled with martial artists, but only this man stood out. Back then, she felt the same way as she did now. She felt warm and at peace as she stood behind him. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and demonic energy and lightning flashed on his fist and palm, crackling. He used his palm to collide with the lizard, opened his 5 fingers, and used the lightning as a cage. He clasped the lizard's head, and the power of the lightning fell on its back. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and pushed the lizard away. Bang! The lizard crashed into the slope, causing dirt and rocks to fly in all directions and dust to rise up. It rolled a few times and only stopped when half of the valley was destroyed. Its armor-like skin formed a natural defense, so other than being burned, it did not suffer any other injuries. The lizard shook its huge head and stared at Xianxia fiercely, its slender tongue sticking out and licking its eyes. Xianxia was disgusted, and he did not want to get too entangled with him. He was unfamiliar with the devil world, and it would not be fun if he made another noise and attracted more powerful things. Thinking of this, he decided to end the battle quickly. With a sway of his body, he took the initiative to attack. Hiss! The lizard stuck out its tongue, trying to wrap it around Xianxia's arm, but it was blown back by the power of thunder and lightning, and demonic chi immediately fell out of it. It held up the umbrella and blocked Xianxia's attack. The devil aura on it collapsed, and its huge body was forced back a few steps. "Oh, you're quite thick-skinned." A cold gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He clenched his right hand, and a spear of lightning appeared in his hand. Then, he did a somersault in the air and landed on the lizard's back. Looking at the thick shell, Xianxia felt like he did not know where to start. He made up his mind and stuck the lightning spear directly into the seam of the shell, then said angrily, "I don't believe that I can't pry you open." Roar! The lizard let out a low growl and swept its tail across, bringing up sand and stones. Although the move did not turn into a phantom, it reminded Xianxia of you, who also used his tail as a weapon, and he immediately felt displeased. He jumped up and dodged it. Demonic light rose under his feet and condensed into a wheel. With great force, he stepped on the lightning spear. Bang! The lightning spear bent at a dangerous angle. Under the constant pressure of the wheel, it finally broke, and at the same time, a piece of its shell was torn. There was finally a spot on the lizard's back that was completely defenseless. Its tender flesh was directly exposed to the air, and the intense pain and the threat of death made it struggle madly. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he performed an incantation gesture with his hand, sending a seal straight into his flesh. Boom! After the seals exploded in the lizard's body, the latter finally lay on the ground, facing the sky, motionless. The shell on its body had already cracked open. Large pieces of its flesh had been burnt, and it was still breathing smoke from its mouth. Xianxia was about to walk forward when a sharp sound of air being pierced came suddenly. Then, with a swoosh, a long spear was thrust into the ground under his feet, making a clattering sound. Xianxia raised his head and looked in the direction of the spear, only to see a man standing on the slope. That person's appearance was ordinary, and his strength was also ordinary. He was only a first-level demon lord, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bald head. Other than a look of vigilance in his eyes, there was no malice. However, for some reason, one of his eyes was blind, and a long scar ran from the top of his head to his chin all the way to his shoulder and neck, looking ferocious and terrifying. After that, a few more people walked out from behind the man. There were men and women, and all of them were first-grade devil lords. Xianxia looked coldly at the man who had thrown the spear and snorted, "What do you mean?" The man's face looked a little panicked, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He looked a little timid, but he still insisted, "The broken armor iron lizard is ours." The other demons also gathered together and whispered to each other, as if they were whispering something. Everyone looked at Xianxia with a hint of awe in their eyes. There were only two people here, and judging from the signs on the ground, it should be Xianxia who had killed the armor-breaking iron lizard alone. They could not afford to offend such a powerful person. The spear-throwing demon said somewhat fearfully, "My lord, are you a rank 2 being?" In fact, he was still mumbling in his heart, because even an ordinary second-grade demon lord would find it difficult to kill the armor-breaking iron lizard alone. Xianxia smiled and said non-committally, "If you want this, then take it." Really? The scar-faced demon monarch was overjoyed, but he couldn't believe it. "Nonsense. Do you think I would lie to you?" Xianxia glared at him. The scar-faced demon monarch and his companion were ecstatic and thanked him repeatedly. After that, he flew down from the slope and collected the broken armor iron lizard. As if afraid of Xianxia's sudden attack, the few of them walked together vigilantly, watching out for Xianxia's every move. When they saw the wound on the lizard, they were even more shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Xianxia. Now that the armor-breaking iron lizard was dead, it could no longer gather devil chi, and countless devils fell down. Seeing this, the scar-faced demon lord frowned, anxiety flashing in his eyes. He made a few hand seals with his fingers and finally stopped the lizard from falling down, putting it away. Xiaohong also came forward and stood behind Xianxia, watching quietly. Xianxia felt that the relationship between the two seemed to have become subtle, and Xiaohong's attitude toward him had also softened. Although his face was still cold, he had restrained his arrogance and even became a little obedient, which made Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable. But, on second thought, Xianxia realized that it would be strange if he did not have a subtle reaction after having such an intimate relationship with her. Xiaohong suddenly spoke to the demon lords. "Why are you collecting these things? Can't you just devour them?" It was only then that Xianxia realized that the few demon lords had put the lizard into their storage bag. He could not help but feel strange. This was because other than regulating their breathing and absorbing demonic chi, the only other way for demons to cultivate was to devour low-level demons. The demon lords glanced at each other, all of them showing proud and content expressions. The scar-faced demon lord raised his head and said rather proudly, "Of course not, we're taking it back to refine tools and pills." "What? Refining weapons and pills?" Xianxia and Xiaohong were both taken aback. "I thought there were no alchemists in the demon race," Xianxia said. "How to refine weapons and pills?" "It's not like that," the demon lord said proudly. "There are no alchemists in ordinary tribes, and even in the vast demon world, you can only find a few. But we, the demon tribe, just happen to have one." As he spoke, his brows and expression revealed a pride that came from the bottom of his heart. The other two demon lords also had the same expression. Xianxia immediately understood. Demon alchemists should be very precious. Moreover, he was also curious about what kind of refining method the demon alchemists used. Xiaohong didn't care about this at all. She only asked, "The Kuan tribe, is it because your commander is named Kuan?" "That's right, Lord, who is the leader of our tribe." The scar-faced demon monarch nodded. The names of the tribes in the devil world were very simple and clear. They used the commander's order as their honorific title, and it was enough to be crowned with the commander's order. "Oh?" Yunxiao's heart stirred. "Does the Kuan tribe belong to one of the 8 great tribes?" The scar-faced demon monarch nodded. "That's right. The Kuan tribe is one of the branches of the Kuan tribe. However, Master Hu's status is not below Master Hut's. Just because you're proficient in alchemy, Lord E?" Yunxiao asked. "Is it because you're good at it?" The scar-faced man's eyes were filled with pride as he nodded. "Yes, I am." "Do you know how to get to Ice Region Yuan County?" Yunxiao asked again. "Ice Domain? Yuan County." The demon lords were startled. They looked at each other and seemed to be communicating. One of them said, "I know of the Ice Region. I seem to have heard of Yuan County as well. However, the devil world is vast and boundless. With our strength, even if we spend our entire lives, we might not be able to complete the entire domain of the 8 great tribes. The Ice Domain is outside of the 8 great tribal regions, so very few people know the way to go there." Both Yunxiao and Xiaohong were stunned. They did not expect the devil realm to be so large that even a first-grade devil monarch did not know the specific coordinates of the Ice Region and Yuan County. The two of them suddenly seemed to be in a difficult position. "I do have an idea that might work," one of the demon lords suddenly said. Everyone's eyes fell on him. He smiled and said, "Have you all forgotten? The material exchange conference of our Kuan tribe is about to begin." "Yeah. How could I have forgotten about this?" The other demon lords also clapped their hands, their eyes shining, looking very excited. Material exchange conference? Yunxiao and Xiaohong were also stunned. The material exchange conference, as its name suggested, was similar to the trading of certain goods in the Chamber of Commerce. It could be seen everywhere in the heavenly martial arts realm. However, they had always thought that the demons were brutal by nature and only knew how to fight and kill. There was no such thing as material trade at all. They had never thought that this was not the case at all. The demon lord said, "Every material exchange conference is one of the grandest events of the Kuan tribe. There will definitely be coordinates of the ice domain for sale. If you two are not in a hurry, you can wait for a few days." Xianxia thought for a moment, but there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious, so he asked, "What kind of communication method is this material exchange, and when and where?" "It will be held in 7 days at the Shooting Star City," the demon lord said with a smile. "Shooting Star City? We are from a foreign land," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "We know nothing about the terrain of the Kuan tribe. I hope you can give us some advice." With a look of realization, the scar-faced demon monarch looked at Xianxia and Xiaohong and said, "I was wondering when these two powerful experts appeared in the Kuan tribe. I didn't even know about them. There was a spatial storm here before, so you two must have come because of it." "Yes," Xianxia said with a smile. When they've heard that Xianxia had come here BV accident, the demon lords relaxed their vigilance. The Shooting Star City is tens of thousands of miles away from here. If the two of you are not in a hurry, you can follow us back to the Kuan tribe first. We will head to the Shooting Star City together 7 days later. Seeing Yunxiao's hesitation, the demon lord smiled and said, "Even if you two go alone, the material exchange conference will be held in 7 days. Yunxiao thought for a moment and agreed with her, so he said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Will the spatial coordinates of Ice Region and Yuan County be for sale at the conference?" Xiaohong asked carefully. What she meant was that if it was not certain, there was no need to go to the material exchange conference, and there was no need to waste 7 days here. The demon lord laughed. There should be. With such a large-scale material exchange conference, the spatial coordinates of all the places in the demon world will be for sale. Even the spatial coordinates of extremely rare ancient sites and ruins will be for sale. What's more, it's in a vast territory like the Ice Region. That's good. Xiaohong responded and didn't say anything else. After the few of them made some preparations, they led the two of them and turned into a stream of light, flying in one direction. A few hours later, the few demon lords took Yunxiao and Xiaohong to a valley. There was a group of people patrolling in front of the valley. When they saw that everyone had returned, their faces revealed joy. But when everyone's eyes fell on Yunxiao and Xiaohong, they were startled. They all drew out spears and stared at the two men vigilantly. "These two are friends. Don't be rude," the scar-faced demon lord rebuked, ordering everyone to retreat. However, the group of people still had a look of suspicion on their faces. After sizing up the two of them, the leader of the group secretly came forward and whispered, "Sir Z, I don't think it's a good time to bring outsiders into the valley." Although his voice was low, it could not escape Yunxiao's ears. It seemed that the Kuan tribe was at a critical juncture, which made it inconvenient for outsiders to enter. Yunxiao did not have to go, so he said with a smile, "If it's inconvenient, then we won't disturb you. We'll only be staying outside the valley for 7 days, and when the resource exchange meet begins, you can take us there." The boy was a little embarrassed. He glared at the man and immediately turned back. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. We trust you two very much." "Get out of the way!" he shouted at the leader. "If it weren't for these two friends, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the armor-breaking iron lizard." "What? So you've succeeded?" The leader and the rest of the people were also overjoyed, and they looked at Yunxiao and Xiaohong with gratitude. Naturally, Z nodded. Only then did the leader make way for them and let them in. Yunxiao followed a few demon lords and looked at the group of people, feeling a little strange. This group of people clearly had normal intelligence, and there were several powerful magical beasts and birds following at their sides. However, they were extremely weak, only about the same as ordinary 10-directional vicious fiends. Only the leader was a demon lord. When the young man saw Yunxiao's thoughtful look, he thought that he was unhappy about what had just happened. So he said in a hurry, "My lord, please don't take offense. Right now, the tribe is in troubled times, so the defenses and precautions have been strengthened a lot. Even if you can enter the valley, my lord, please don't leave me. I'll take you to see the patriarch." Yunxiao nodded. He was very puzzled about the strength of those people, and he was about to ask them when he suddenly stopped. He saw many demons in the valley who were intelligent but only at the returning to reality realm. The demons looked at them with respect and nodded from a distance. Even when he saw Xianxia and the other man, he was only surprised for a moment, and did not show any vigilance. Only then did Xianxia swallow the words he was about to say. If such a phenomenon existed on a large scale and he asked about it, he would appear to be an oddball, and his identity as a member of the heavenly martial realm would be directly exposed. Xiao Hong also glanced over. The two of them looked at each other. They had the same thought, so they suppressed this doubt in their hearts. While leading the way, the boy introduced, "There are more than 3,000 tribes under the Kuan tribe's territory. Among them, only 10 of them can be called the upper tribe, and our Kuan tribe is one of them. In the entire tribe, there were only 3 experts who had the power of refinement. Lord Kuai is one of them, and the most powerful one." Zi's face was filled with pride, and so were the other demon lords. Every time they mentioned this Min, they could not help but feel proud, which made Xianxia more curious. Xianxia looked at the sporadic buildings in the valley. They were still in a very simple state without any luxury or surplus. They were purely functional buildings built for survival and cultivation base. It seemed that the development of the demon race was still in a relatively primitive state, following the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. After walking for a few miles, the valley was no longer there, and a wide flat land appeared in front of them. There were some buildings made of thatched stone on the ground, and they were quite densely gathered together. The streets were obviously interspersed among them, and people were coming and going. This was where the Kuan tribe was located. One of the largest buildings was very eye-catching, standing in front of them. Unlike the houses built with mud and stone, this building was like a watchtower. The walls were made of large, flat white rocks, and there were even patterns of birds and beasts on them. There was even a flag fluttering at the highest point. It was obvious that this was the clan leader's residence. Just like the realm of heavenly martial arts, the most magnificent residence must be the residence of the most powerful. Guards armed with spears could be seen everywhere in the buildings, as well as all kinds of powerful magical beasts and birds, most of which Xianxia had never seen before. Some of the more powerful demons had played an important role in the War of the Two Worlds. The demons that the Kuan tribe had reared and tamed were relatively weak. Occasionally, there would also be some divine sovereign justice realm demons, but they were very rare. The devil clansmen lacked profound level weapons, so their weapons were almost all spears of the same color. Moreover, they were all simply refined from raw materials. It was only because of the great alchemist, Min, who had specially trained a few clansmen who knew how to make simple spears, that the spears of the entire clan could be made to a certain extent. In other tribes, they would use hard metal to make spears. His body looked like a hyena, but much stronger. Its fur was soft and smooth, and its chest, waist, and feet were all covered in iron armor. It looked extraordinary and rare, and he had never seen it in the War of the Two Worlds. The demonic beast, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. It opened its eyes wide and glared at the two of them. It let out a low growl, as if it had smelled the scent of a stranger. Sun was a little embarrassed and seemed to be a little afraid of this magical beast. "Please wait for a moment. I'll go and report to Master Hu." The form-splitting beast is letting out a low, alert growl. Could it be that an important guest has come to visit? Without waiting for him to enter, a woman's voice came from inside the hall. It was soft and gentle with a trace of hardness. She was indeed a figure. Zai and the other demon lords immediately grew solemn. Bowing to the side, they said, "Reporting to Lord Judge, there are indeed 2 friends who have come to visit." The woman's voice was heard again. "Oh? What's going on?" Z immediately explained the whole story in detail, especially emphasizing that Xianxia had killed the armor-breaking iron lizard and given him its body. The referee listened quietly and did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "To be able to kill the armor-breaking iron lizard on his own, this friend must be at least a 2nd-grade demon lord. May I know your name, friend?" Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, "Your Excellency, you can just call me Li." The one beside her calls her Red. Li, Red Kasaya. What an unfamiliar name, he mumbled to himself. El heard that you're from outside. I wonder which tribe you're from. And why are you going to the ice region Yuan County? Xiao Hong's expression was rather unhappy, thinking that this Richard was being a bit too nosy. Yun Xiao had the same thought, but he remained calm and said slowly, the demon world is vast and boundless, difficult to measure. We come from a remote tribe, so even if we tell Master who, he might not know. As for why we're going to the ice region Yuan County, that's naturally a private matter. He said a lot, but it was all nonsense. He didn't answer a single question. Xiao Hong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The hall fell silent. Master who just wants to know the basic situation of the two of you. He has no ill intentions. Please tell me the truth, Z hurriedly said. Yun Xiao glanced at him and said indifferently, what I said just now was the truth. If I didn't say it like that, I would be lying to you. The boy was speechless. He flicked his sleeve and sighed, as if blaming Yun Xiao for not knowing what was good for him. The judge's voice came from the hall again. Since you two friends don't want to disclose it, then I won't force you. At this moment, he happened to have something to do, so he did not come out to welcome them. Boy, please take good care of the two of you for me, and thank you for sending the broken armor iron lizard. It's just a little demonic beast, Yun Xiao said with a polite smile. It's not a big deal. Z helplessly shook his head and immediately ordered the others to enter the hall and hand the broken armor iron lizard to the referee. Then he made a pleased gesture and beckoned to Yun Xiao and Xiao Hong, saying, my two friends, this way please. He led Yun Xiao and Xiao Hong for a few miles before he stopped inside. It's such a pity, you two. A pity? Yun Xiao and Xiao Hong were both baffled. Why do you say that, Sir Z? Yun Xiao asked. What do you mean? The two of you brought the broken armor iron lizard here, Z said. You're our clan's benefactors. Originally, if he could make Master Hu happy, perhaps he could ask Master Hu to help each of you refine a profound level weapon, even if it was just one. It seems like it's all for naught. Yun Xiao smiled in his heart, but he pretended to be depressed as he shook his head and said, so that's how it is. Sai, it seems like it's a pity. However, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity, so let it go. Xiao Hong could not help but want to laugh, but she also pretended to be angry and gave Yun Xiao a glare. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly hot. You don't have to be too sad, Z said. After all, there are still 7 days before the Material Exchange Conference. If I have the chance in the next 7 days, I'll say good things about you in front of Master Shi and try to make him remember you. Thank you, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I'll have to trouble you then. This area is the highest level of the Kuan tribe. Please follow me, Z said with a nod. He quickly brought the two of them to a secret room and smiled. This one, it's spacious enough. I'll come to find you two in 7 days. If Master Chu remembers your kindness and wishes to refine a weapon for you, I'll inform you in a timely manner. Yun Xiao wanted to tell him that he did not need to inform them, but seeing how enthusiastic his son was, he did not want to dampen his enthusiasm. So, he smiled and said, all right, thank you for your trouble, sir. Don't mention it, you're welcome, Z replied with an honest smile. Xiao Hong's expression suddenly changed. She pointed at the secret room and said, just one room. The boy was stunned. He touched his head and said, yeah, one room. It was only then that Yun Xiao realized the problem. He pointed at Xiao Hong, then at himself and said awkwardly, Sir Z, we men and women shouldn't touch each other. Xiao Hong's face reddened and she lowered her head shyly. It's already like that, and you still say that men and women should not be close. Why didn't you say that back then? She was both embarrassed and resentful, and there was an inexplicable sense of loss mixed in. However, she suddenly remembered that she was the one who took the initiative to fuck the other party's Ingluo. Her cheeks immediately burned up, and even her neck turned red. Z scratched his head, not quite understanding. This is a secret chamber for closed-door cultivation, not a secret chamber where you can't touch each other. The two of them, just say it, Xiao Hong said angrily. Are there 2 rooms or not? What are you doing here? Seeing that Xiao Hong was angry, Z was a little confused, but he still said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, there are naturally 2 rooms." Who's staying in this room? Xianxia scanned the secret chamber with his divine sense. It was indeed spacious and filled with dense fiend energy. "Little Red, you can stay here." "Yes," Xiaohong replied softly. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, completely different from her angry self earlier. She lowered her head and walked in with small steps. Looking at Xiaohong's face, Xianxia felt a little troubled. He really did not know how to explain this to Hongyan and the others. At this moment, Chu Hongyan and Fei and I were still in the Divine Realm tablet, and he did not know if they had noticed. With their strength, it was as easy as flipping their hands for their divine sense to penetrate the steel and investigate the outside world. Feeling nervous, Xianxia followed behind the boy. Soon, he arrived at another secret room and immediately entered seclusion. He checked the condition of his body and found that it was the same as when he was outside the valley. All his injuries had healed and he did not feel any discomfort. His strength had also increased a lot. This was one of the benefits of doing it with Little Red. Xianxia could not help but have a reaction when he thought of the erotic scene. But the blood and devil energy in his body also became hot and dry with his reaction. He was secretly shocked and hurriedly threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He began to seriously adjust his breathing and cultivate. Since there was no Ling Qi in the entire MO world, they could only cultivate MO skills. In addition, he didn't know what the secret room was made of, but it had a great effect on demonic qi. Soon, Xianxia was completely infected by the fiend energy. At first glance, he looked no different from a fiend, and even looked ferocious. He formed hand seals with one hand and immediately transformed into a true fiend dharma body with 3 heads and 6 arms. As his 6 arms formed hand seals, the demonic qi turned into the shape of a dragon and was swallowed by him. The entire secret room became hazy due to the violent flow of demonic qi. It was Yunxiao's first time cultivating a demonic technique so carefully. The 3 faces showed different expressions, some happy and some angry, some calm and some moving, some sad and some happy. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and it was as if a lot of information had come to him. It was as if the silent memories of the past that had been sealed away in dust had suddenly been stirred up. In his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, a magnificent demonic shadow gradually appeared and sat cross-legged in the void. The demonic shadow formed a seal with 1 hand and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The incantation seals on the 6 arms were different and slowly changed. As the incantation started and the seal landed, the rules of the entire void responded to it and became one. "Emperor!" Xianxia cried out in his heart. He immediately focused his divine sense on the stalwart figure and carefully memorized his every move. This set of magic arts seemed to be very powerful, complicated, and gorgeous, but it gave him a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Xianxia knew that it was because the Emperor's demonic energy was in his body, but it was not complete. The current scene should be the memory that had been sealed away when he cultivated the demonic technique. His heart suddenly moved, and he was surprised to find that in his spiritual altar, not far from the stalwart figure, there was another figure who was also staring at him, also memorizing the Emperor's seal. Little Red. Xianxia was taken aback. Although the figure was a little blurry, it was undoubtedly Xiaohong. What's going on? The scene in front of him made him somewhat confused. How could the 2 people's spiritual altars and sea of consciousness merge together? After being stunned for a moment, he didn't pay any more attention to this strange scene. After casting over 100 Emperor seals, the space above his 6 arms suddenly shook and became blurry. Yunxiao's eyes widened. He was no stranger to this scene. It was the scene when the demonic weapon of 6 paths descended. As expected, the 6 paths demonic weapon appeared in the air and slowly descended. However, only 5 weapons appeared. Agon Bone Cleaver, Amo Luan Bao, a Lai Xuanzong, a Nan Gansha, and a Zhe Fansha fell into the 5 palms respectively. His right hand in front of him continued to form hand seals. At the same time, the 5 MO weapons gave off a clear sound that spread out in rings. As the sound of the 5 artifacts reverberated, A demonic light scattered from the fingertips of his right hand, as if in cooperation with the hand's seal. Yunxiao's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the roll of green pill that had broken through the void and finally landed in his palm. The sixth MO weapon? Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. He could not remember anything about this demonic weapon in his spiritual sea. The scroll was stopped by the Demon Emperor's fingers. A ray of demonic light shot out from the Demon Emperor's eyes and landed on the scroll, causing ripples. The scroll immediately flew into the air and slowly unfurled in front of the Demon Emperor. A peaceful light was emitted from it, and runes and images began to flash on it. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his eyes could not help but widen. He could completely sense that even Xiaohong was too excited at this moment. Suddenly, a leisurely voice was heard, and it said indifferently, "Tisk, tsk, what a rare occasion. Everyone's here." Yunxiao immediately woke up from his state of concentration. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and found that there was a similar figure on the other side of the Demon Emperor. After the figure spoke, he slowly reappeared from the void. His face was exactly the same as the Emperor's. It was the Demon Lord Piyu. "Lord Piyu, please." Yunxiao was taken aback, but he quickly calmed down. Since he and Xiaohong could enter the sea of consciousness, Demon Lord Piyu could naturally do the same. At the same time, his heart trembled as he thought to himself, "What about Yuan?" Big brother Yunxiao. Just as he was deep in thought, Xiaohong's voice sounded. It seemed like she had only just noticed him as she walked over in a few steps. But, surprisingly, no matter how Xiaohong moved, it could not reach Yunxiao at such a close distance. "Stay where you are," Yunxiao said. "Some strange phenomena have occurred because of the Devil Lord's devil essence. It seems that our spiritual seas have fused together, and it's not real." "Am I dreaming?" Xiaohong finally stopped. "It's not a dream," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Let's just watch quietly." Xiaohong responded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Demon Lord Piyu's eyes shifted from the two of them to another direction. He sneered, "Since you're here, show yourself. You're going to be a disgrace by hiding." "Humph!" A cold snort came from the void, and both Yunxiao and Xiaohong trembled. They were very familiar with the voice. It was Mo Yuan. Then, the mist in the void started to disperse, and Yuan's figure gradually appeared. She stared at the Demon Lord Piyu with a disdainful sneer on her face. Her eyes soon fell on Yunxiao, and her sneer immediately turned into a cold killing intent. With just one look, Yunxiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he had to circulate his demonic technique to dispel the cold. It wasn't that Yuan's strength was so strong that it made him feel creeped out, but that Yuan's hatred for him was so deep that it turned into that cold gaze, making him shiver. "Hee hee. Lord Yuan, we meet again," Yunxiao said, waving his hand. "We meet again." Yuan replied and asked suspiciously. "You came to the devil world to haha? My lord, don't be so pessimistic. Can't we just send you to your death, my lord?" Yunxiao laughed. Yuan glanced at him, then at Xiaohong and Mopu. She said, "I understand. The three of you want to join forces to deal with me. I guess so." Yunxiao admitted generously. "Are you afraid, my lord?" "Humph. I'll be in the Kuan tribe, waiting for you to come and die." Yuan sneered disdainfully, her face full of coldness and ridicule. She revealed her location without any hesitation. That was a kind of absolute confidence, a confidence that her strength could kill everything in seconds. Mopu's pupils contracted as he stared at her and said, "You've already entered the Saint Demon realm. What, are you scared?" Jian Jia laughed. Mopu's face was filled with shock, and his expression began to turn ugly. It was definitely not to the extent of being afraid, but the other party had entered the Saint Demon realm, so it would be extremely difficult to kill her. "She has just stepped into the Saint Demon realm not long ago," Yunxiao said. "Moreover, she has devoured Zhuokuan, the lord of the earth realm. I'm afraid her realm is very unstable. This time, she fled back to the demon world in order to stabilize her realm in seclusion. Lord Piyu, now is the best time to kill this demon," Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, she said generously, Li Yunxiao is right. Now is the time when my cultivation base is unstable and I'm at my weakest. However, once I completely fuse with Shuokuan's power, you will be like fish on my chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The Vatican? Mopu's eyes slightly narrowed. The devil world was vast and boundless, but there were few changes in the terrain. It was just that the name of the tribe changed many times. As long as the tribe leader died, the tribe would immediately change its name. However, the Kuan tribe was very famous in the Devil Realm. The Devil Marshal had been in the Devil Realm for a long time and had already inquired about it. Li Yunxiao. Pu looked at Yunxiao and asked, What do you think? If Lord Pu thinks it's feasible, Yunxiao's eyes flickered. I'll risk my life to accompany you this time. Good. I'll wait for you in the main city of the Kuan tribe, the Tianhan city. Pu said with a heavy face, his eyes shooting out a sharp light as he swept his gaze over Yuan, Yunxiao, and Xiao Hong, as if he wanted to see their strength clearly. But it was just a resonance in his spiritual sea which was impossible. Pu snorted and gave up. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a certain corner and he snorted coldly. Why is there a little rat? Get out here. Yunxiao and the others were quite surprised, and they followed Pu's gaze. In the air, a white mist lingered and dispersed, gradually revealing the figure of a man. His entire body was covered in mo matrices, but there was a faint flickering of fire. You're Ing Luo. Yunxiao trembled, as if someone had hit his heart hard. In shock, he cried out, Hua Qianshu! You're Hua Qianshu! He almost lost his composure and was stunned by the ecstasy. Xiao Hong was also stunned. It looked at the person in a daze. It was indeed Hua Qianshu. He had sacrificed himself to save the two of them in the Tiandang Mountains. He had thought that Hua Qianshu was dead for sure, but he did not expect to meet her here. Xiao Hong was unable to wrap her head around the twists and turns. However, she felt as if a heavy stone had been put down in her heart. After all, she was the one who had cut off Hua Qianshu's hands, and she had been hiding it from Yunxiao, which had become a knot in her heart. Now that Hua Qianshu was not dead, the knot in her heart was untied, and she did not have to worry about Yunxiao falling out with her when he found out the truth one day. The figure slowly appeared and looked at Yunxiao with great joy as he said excitedly, Master! Yunxiao's heart warmed, and he could not help but burst into tears. Good, good. You didn't die, that's great. Hua Qianshu smiled foolishly. I did not expect to see you again in my lifetime. Even if I die now, it will be worth it. What the hell are you talking about? Yunxiao cursed. No one is allowed to die. Everyone must live well. Too many people have died in this catastrophe, and I don't want to lose any more friends or family. All right, since Master said I'm not allowed to die, then I won't die. Hua Qianshu grinned and said firmly. Mo Yuan sneered and said, How can the weak have the right to decide their own life and death? It's really not easy for a rat like you to survive until now. Yunxiao frowned and said, Qianshu, what's going on? Is Di Jia really dead? Mopu's expression also changed slightly. It was obvious that he was very concerned about this issue. Hua Qianshu nodded and sighed. Di Jia is indeed dead. It had been completely absorbed by the devilish woman and Zhuokuan, leaving only a wisp of devilish qi that had managed to escape. It had been deposited in his disciple's body, and he had only managed to escape by relying on his phoenix's immortal body. However, that wisp of devil essence was too weak. It wanted to control his disciple's body, but it was refined by his disciple instead. Di Jia should have completely disappeared from this world. It was only then that Yunxiao and Mopu learned the process of Di Jia's death. Li Yunxiao, Mo Qing said, you and your disciple, Mouse, should come along for the trip to Tianhan City. Yunxiao looked at her proudly and sneered. You think you can come over just because you said so? I won't let him come over. You coward. Mo Yuan flew into a rage instantly, but on second thought, she realized that Yunxiao's mouth had always been very venomous, and it was specialized in making people angry. He was probably doing this on purpose so that he would be angry and disturb his state of mind, thus delaying his cultivation. After thinking it through, he calmed down and said, "As you wish, although the devil world is big, it's still small in our eyes." Hua Qianshu asked, "Master, where are you? I'll come over to find you." "Let's meet again in the Kuan tribe," Yunxiao said after thinking for a while. He was afraid that if he revealed his location, he would expose his whereabouts. He was not afraid that Yuan would send someone to assassinate him, but he was afraid that the other party would use his address as bait to kill Hua Qianshu halfway. Hua Qianshu immediately understood. She cupped her fists and said respectfully, "All right, then this disciple will wait for Master's arrival in Tianhan City." The 5 of them each stood in a position of the Devil Emperor's apparition. Since Mopu appeared, the apparition's hand seals had stopped. The Qingdan scroll had only been opened halfway when it stopped in the air. It seemed that it was Mopu who had deliberately interrupted them, as if he was afraid that the others would see the contents of the alchemy book. At this moment, as these people's words and killing intent overflowed, the sea of consciousness began to become absent-minded, and the demon emperor's shadow gradually blurred, finally disappearing from the sea of consciousness with the other people. It was only then that Yunxiao came back to his senses and carefully recalled the scene just now. The multicolored light from the Danqing scroll seemed to be recording something extraordinary, but it was a pity that it was interrupted by Mopu and he could not see anything. However, he was still in a good mood. The reason was that he knew that Hua Qianshu was still alive. He had seen her with his own eyes and confirmed that she was fine. In the face of this calamity, even in this world, there was no better news than the survival of family and friends. Just as he was thinking, the light of the restriction on the door suddenly flickered, and a jet-black demonic chi shot in, silently circling the secret room. Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed the light, and a message was immediately sent into his mind. Yunxiao stood up, walked to the door of the secret chamber, and opened it. Xiaohong was already waiting outside. "I knew you'd come," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I knew you'd come." Xiaohong's cheeks reddened and she said angrily, "So I have to come and not you?" Yunxiao was taken aback and did not know how to answer, so he hurriedly invited her into the room. "You were the Li Yunxiao in my spiritual sea just now, weren't you?" Xiaohong asked. "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Everyone is real." It was indeed a very strange experience. He was actually able to fuse his sea of consciousness together through the devil essence of the Devil Emperor. It seems that our understanding of the mysteries of the world is still far from enough. Xiaohong nodded and said, "What should we do next? Go to Tianhan City? You're not going to Yuan County. What do you think?" Yunxiao asked. Xiaohong said, "I think we should go to Yuan County first to get the devil bone of transforming Qilin and strive for good fortune. This way, I'll have more confidence in dealing with Yuan." "I've thought about what you said," Yunxiao said, "but what Yuan lacked the most now was time." She did not know how long it would take to reach Yuan County, and the longer she delayed, the more danger Yuan would be in. At that time, if we can't defeat them, it shouldn't be difficult for us to escape. Xiaohong shook her head and said, "Big brother Yunxiao's thinking is too simple. If we were in the realm of heavenly martial arts, even if we can't defeat Yuan, at least we can escape. But don't forget that we are in the devil realm, not to mention that we are going to the main city of the Kuan tribe. Where did big brother Yunxiao get the confidence to escape from? If we go to Yuan County first, we can get Wei Qing and Yen to help us. With their help, our chances of winning will be much higher." Yunxiao stroked his chin and muttered to himself as he paced back and forth in the secret chamber. If we had the help of Wei Qing and Yen, our chances of winning would indeed be much higher. It's just that we don't know much about the Holy Church. He's an unstable factor. "Don't forget," Xiaohong said, "if we can obtain the demon bone of transforming Qilin, perhaps 1 or 2 of us will be able to reach the creation realm. Even if we have a conflict with the Church, our chances of winning will still increase greatly." Yunxiao nodded. "How about this? At the material exchange meet 7 days later, we'll first inquire about the coordinates of Tianhan City and Yuan County. Then we'll make a decision after estimating the time." This was indeed the most secure method at the moment. Xiao Hong also agreed. That's good. As the two of them were discussing, the restriction on the secret room suddenly lit up again, and a demonic light shot in, quietly circling the room. Yunxiao grabbed him and said, "This son is here. What's he doing here?" Xiao Hong asked, stunned. "I don't know." Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't know." He was suddenly bewildered, his face strange. Can't be that he suddenly thought of us and wants to refine some profound armament for us, right? Xiao Hong chuckled, a look of contempt flashing through her eyes. The two of them had 6 paths demonic weapons, and they each had one ordinary saint weapon. The one that the judge had refined was most likely a black spear. Yunxiao opened the door of the secret room and saw the man standing outside, his face almost sticking into the room, forcing Yunxiao to take a few steps back. "Lord Li, he. Lord Hong is also he. When Yui saw Little Red, he was stunned for a moment. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Didn't you say that men and women shouldn't touch each other?" Yunxiao immediately felt embarrassed. Xiao Hong's face flushed as she scolded, "Why do you care? You're shameless. If you have something to say, then get lost." He stammered a few times, thinking to himself that it was you who said that men and women should not touch each other. I gave you a secret room and you didn't want to use it, but you just had to hide in a secret room. What a fetish, you actually said I was shameless. However, he naturally couldn't say these words out loud. He revealed an aggrieved expression and hurriedly said, "Congratulations to the two of you. Master who remembered the two of you and specially sent me to invite you." Yunxiao was even more depressed. He did not want the judge to refine any profound level weapon for him, so he quickly declined. "We appreciate your kind intentions, but I've just comprehended a move or two of a divine ability and am currently comprehending it, so it's really inconvenient for me to see you. We can only miss out on such a good opportunity." The boy was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it. "Why aren't the two of you going with the invitation of Master Hu?" Yunxiao and Xiao Hong both shook their heads and said in unison, "I'm not going." "I didn't hear it wrong, did I?" Z scratched his head and asked awkwardly. Yunxiao saw him out the door with a smile and said, "You didn't hear wrong. I'm going to study that divine ability. My lord, you can go do your own things." After he finished speaking, he closed the door of the secret room. "What a bunch of frogs in a well," Xiao Hong scolded jokingly. "You can't blame them," Yunxiao said. "Because of the special circumstances of the devil realm, the profession of alchemist does not exist. It's not easy for the Holy Church to become the leader of 1 billion people." He suddenly thought of Lu Zongzi, and a dark look appeared in his eyes. He did not know how that person was doing, but he should still be in the Berserker tribe. After the matters in Yuan County and Tianhan City were settled, he would make a trip to the barbarian tribe. He wanted to find out more about Lu Zongzi and Yinantian. Just as he was thinking, the door of the secret room suddenly lit up again, and the boy sent another message in. Yunxiao opened the door impatiently and asked, "My lord, what's the matter?" This Xing Luo." The boy scratched the back of his head and said, "Master who said that he would definitely invite the two of you. He said that he wanted to personally thank you for sending the broken armor iron lizard." "It's just a small matter," Yunxiao said, speechless. "It's not worth mentioning." He was about to close the door, but was stopped by his son. "Lord Li, please make a trip there." The other party's face was full of bitterness. "We have to complete the task given by Lord Kuan, even if it means going through a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, let alone such a small matter like inviting someone. If I can't complete it, I won't have the face to continue staying in the Kuan tribe." "What does your shamelessness have to do with us?" Xiao Hong said angrily. "Even if you die, it's none of our business. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb our cultivation." The boy stood awkwardly in front of the door, not knowing what to do. He looked at Yunxiao with a pitiful expression, as if he was asking for help. Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder helplessly and said, "All right, we'll go with you to see Louis." Thank you, Lord Li," the boy quickly said. He was extremely depressed. Any other demon would be excited when they heard that Yi was summoning them. On the other hand, The two people in front of him seemed to have suffered a loss. Seeing that Xiao had agreed, Xiaohong naturally did not say anything more. It just grunted and gave its son a sharp look. The boy didn't dare to look at her and could only lower his head and lead the way. Suddenly, Xiao turned his eyes and found that, in addition to his son, a large number of demon monarchs had followed him. Xiaohong felt the same way. She sensed that something was wrong. The two of them inadvertently looked at each other and exchanged a look to let each other be on guard. Xiao was a little puzzled. He did not know why the Kuan tribe suddenly feared them. Xiaohong was sneering in her heart. If this Zhang didn't know what was good for him, he would be digging his own grave. The group walked for a few miles, and the boy did not say a word. Soon, they arrived at the main hall where the referee lived. The form-splitting beast was lying on the ground, resting. It raised its eyes slightly to look at the group, but because it had seen them before, it didn't seem to be on guard. It only glanced at them before continuing to sleep. The youth led the two to the front of the hall and respectfully said, "Master Hu is waiting for you inside. Please come in." "Lord Z," Xiao said in surprise. "Aren't you going with us?" No, we don't dare to enter without Master Hut's summon," Z hurriedly replied. "His Excellency has only summoned two." "All right," Xiao nodded. "That's good." With that, he and Xiaohong walked into the hall one after another. The layout of the hall was also very clear, without any complicated or useless decorations. There were 8 thick stone pillars carved with bird and beast patterns, and in the middle was a wide and low stone platform. On top of it was the fur of some unknown demon, and there was a simple stone table. But Xiao immediately sensed the different flow of the devil aura in the air. It was swirling above the stone platform and between the stone pillars, as if there was some kind of pattern. A woman was sitting at the stone table facing the door. She had a pretty face and a calm expression, and her graceful figure was wrapped in a purple-gray robe. She was looking at Xiao and Nangong Wuk with a pair of lustrous eyes. The three of them sized each other up. Xiaohong was a little unhappy with their gazes and was the first to speak. She said coldly, "You are the head of this division, E?" The graceful woman gently nodded, and the familiar voice she had heard before in front of the hall came. "Yes, I am." Xiao felt that Xiaohong's words were a little harsh, and she seemed to have a bad temper. Fearing that she would cause a conflict if she continued, he asked, "May I know why you've summoned the two of us, Master Shi?" The judge stared at Xiao for a while before he said, "I heard from my son that you killed the broken armor iron lizard by yourself." Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, "I was just lucky." "What divine power did you use, sir?" he asked again. Xiao was taken aback. He did not expect her to ask such a question, so he asked curiously, "Why do you want to learn, Master Hu?" The referee was a little dizzy from listening, and his cheeks were slightly red. He said angrily, "Naturally not. It's just that the broken armor iron lizard's injuries are very strange. I've never seen them before, so I really want to know." "Why would he tell you?" Xiaohong sneered. "It's not good for you to know, my lord," Xiao said with a smile. "It's better not to know." The judge's face flickered as if he was about to get angry, but he held it back. Staring into Xiao's eyes, he said, "You are not from the devil world." The two's expressions suddenly changed. Xiaohong became alert, and demonic chi fluctuated around her body, as if she was going to fight at any moment. "Don't be impulsive." Xiao stopped her. "Don't be rash." "Why do you say so, my lord?" he asked the referee. He. With a smile, her face relaxed and she looked extremely beautiful. She said, "This friend's expression has already confirmed my words." Xiao did not deny it, but said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I just want to know why you say that. Is it because of the injuries on the broken armor iron lizard?" "That's right," the referee nodded. The injuries on the armor-breaking iron lizard's body should have been caused by the great void jade pure Brahma purple mansion divine thunder of the heavenly martial realm. This kind of divine thunder is condensed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, and it is impossible for the people of the devil realm to master it. "I see," Xiao nodded. It seems that I was careless. I shouldn't have given you the broken armor iron lizard back then. Then what does my lord want now? Xiao said slowly, but he was pacing. He and Xiaohong stood on opposite sides of the stone platform, surrounding the judge in the center. As long as the two of them attacked, the judge would be dead for sure. Indeed, we shouldn't have given them the lizard, Xiaohong sneered. Now, you've repaid my kindness with ingratitude. The referee frowned and said, I think the two of you have misunderstood. I have no intention of doing anything to you. I just wanted to confirm. Oh? Just to confirm. Xiao obviously did not believe him. It's that simple? It's that simple, what else do you think? She raised her eyebrows. Ha ha, Xiaohong laughed coldly. We thought you were going to kill us, so we were considering whether we should kill you to silence you. Anger appeared on the referee's face, and he turned cold. He said in a cold voice, This is the clam's headquarters. Do you think you can escape after killing me? Or do you think you can kill me? The aura from Xiaohong's body pressed over and he said ferociously, I can try. Don't be impulsive. Xiao stopped her. Let's try not to cause any trouble as much as possible. Since Master who had no ill intentions, it was better for both parties to get along harmoniously. Just pretend that you don't know anything and that nothing happened. The judge suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. I'm one of the only 5 alchemists in the 300 tribes of the Kuan clan, and I'm the strongest one. If you dare to kill me, you will never be able to leave the Kuan tribe. I understand that, Xiao said with a smile, but I hope you can understand that we are not trying to do anything bad in the devil realm. I hope that Darren will still be muddle-headed when it's time to be muddle-headed. Yi said coldly, What does it have to do with me what you do in the devil world? Why are you telling me? So you summoned the two of us just to chat? Xiao said coldly. The referee was silent for a moment before he replied, Of course not, because the armor-breaking iron lizard is very important to me. I would like to help you out to thank you. Give us a hand? Both Xiao and Xiaohong were stunned, and they could not help but repeat it. The referee nodded his head heavily and said, I'll help you. No matter what you want to do in the demon world, I'm willing to help. Xiao suddenly laughed. That smile was very playful and even carried a bit of sarcasm, which made the referee very angry. What are you laughing at? The referee rebuked angrily. Since we entered the hall, at least 200 people have been mobilized outside, Xiao said indifferently. Including all kinds of demonic beasts and birds, they have surrounded this place. Not even a drop of water can get through. Mr. Anai's help is really a new experience. What? Hearing this, Xiaohong was instantly enraged. With a flash of white light in her hand, the ice fiend heart flame materialized and condensed into a fire blade, which she pointed at Chi's forehead. He was shocked as he stared at the blade of fire and cried out, Ice fiend heart flame? You, as someone from the realm of heavenly martial arts, you actually refined the rainbow stone. Not only did I refine the rainbow stone, I'm going to refine you as well, Xiaohong said angrily. The judge's face changed several times before he turned to Xiao in shock and said, How did you know? I've set up more than 30 restrictions in this hall, which can prevent all divine sense from probing outside. How did you know the situation outside? She suddenly thought of something and said in fear, Don't tell me your spiritual sense is weak? You've always been in charge of too many things. Lord E, Xiao said coldly. Now we've broken down, right? Should the two of us take Darren and leave, or should we kill Darren and then leave? The referee was shocked and hurriedly said, Wait, you guys have really misunderstood me. Xiao laughed and said, We may have really misunderstood you, but we certainly did not misunderstand the demons outside the hall. They are all full of killing intent, and I think they will rush in soon. I'd better beat you to death as soon as possible and then hold you hostage. His figure moved, and the powerful demonic chi condensed into a pressure that directly locked the space in all directions. Yi's expression changed drastically. She felt her body being suppressed by an extremely strong force, making it difficult for her to breathe. Xiaohong was still sneering at the side. The blade of fire formed by the ice fiend heart flame was placed on her neck, about to pierce her skin. "Stop!" The referee used all his strength to squeeze out these two words from his throat, his face full of fear. She really felt the threat of death. The two humans in front of her were really going to kill her. "You've really misunderstood me. I mean no harm," Richard cried out in fear, tears almost coming out of its eyes. "Kill her, Big Brother Yunxiao," Xiaohong said coldly. "Then we'll rush out. If it really doesn't work, we'll just kill their entire tribe." "No, please let me finish," Richard said in a hurry. "If I really had ill intentions towards you, why would I be waiting for you in the main hall alone? As for the experts outside the hall, they were indeed gathered by me in fear that you would suddenly have evil intentions, so I could be prepared." Yunxiao's heart twitched, and he felt that it made a little sense. So he asked Xiaohong to withdraw the fire blade, and the spatial suppression was reduced a lot. "I'll give you a chance to explain." Only then did Diana feel a sense of relief in her chest, and her breathing became much smoother. She only felt aggrieved, and her tears couldn't help but fall. "Elle found purple lightning on the broken armor iron lizard, so I called Lai Zi over to ask him about the situation. However, I didn't see you guys fight. When I saw Iron Lizard, he was already dead. That's why I summoned you here to confirm." "And then?" Yunxiao asked. Richard wiped his tears and calmed himself down. He tidied his clothes and regained some of his appearance as the chief of the tribe. "Because I needed the Purple Lightning's help, after I confirmed that you were in control of the Purple Lightning, I hoped that you could help me. That's why I said I'm willing to help you." "This is not help," Yunxiao corrected. "It's an exchange of conditions." "All right. I'll call it a conditional exchange. I hope you can make a deal with me. As for the experts outside, I've already said that I'm afraid you might harbor ill intentions, so I have no choice but to be on guard. After all, you're an existence capable of killing the armor-breaking iron lizard on your own." Yunxiao clenched his fist and rested his chin on his hand as he said in a deep voice, "That sounds reasonable, but what can you offer in exchange for the help of my Purple Lightning?" "I don't know." Yi shook his head. "If you want to go to Ice Region Yuan County, I can help you get the coordinates on the map." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's just a set of coordinates. It should be easy to get it at the Resource Exchange Conference, right?" Zhan's brows furrowed and she quickly asked, "Then do you have anything else to do in the Devil Realm? I can do my best to help." "You can't help us with what we're going to do," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You're not going to be able to help us." Yi's face was filled with deep disappointment and even resentment. "But I'm very curious," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "What do you need Purple Thunder for? You also know that this thing isn't something from the Devil Realm, so it shouldn't have any use." Seeing that he was interested, Richard was excited, but it still stubbornly said, "I'll tell you if you promise to help me." "TSK. So boring. Big Brother Yunxiao. Let's go." Xiaohong's face was full of mockery as she said sarcastically, "She makes it sound like we're begging her. She thinks she's a great alchemist, but I'm afraid she's not even 1/10 of Brother Yunxiao's level. You're really a frog in a well, an arrogant man." Yunxiao could not be bothered to pay her any more attention. He restrained his aura and turned to leave with Xiaohong. "Don't go." The judge suddenly burst into tears and ran to Yunxiao to stop him. Caught off guard, he knelt down. "Lord Li, please don't leave. Perhaps only you can save our clan," it cried. "Get up and talk," Yunxiao said unhurriedly. "It's not impossible for us to help you, as long as we can get along. If you continue to be as self-righteous as before, then there's nothing to talk about." It definitely won't happen," the referee quickly said. Yunxiao gave Xiaohong a look. Although Xiaohong did not seem to want to stay any longer, Yunxiao was the one in charge, so she nodded. The two of them immediately sat back down. The referee did not hide anything and said worriedly, "I don't dare to hide it from the two of you anymore. Our Kuan tribe is already at the edge of life and death." "What?" Yunxiao was puzzled. "Isn't your tribe one of the most powerful tribes in the Kuan tribe? How could there be a matter of life and death? Moreover, if there really is a problem with Darren's status in the MO world, If you ask for help from the church, he should not ignore it. The judge's face turned a little sad. I'm afraid that the church is the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, with my appeal, as long as word gets out, I'll be able to gather experts like the clouds. But now, the distress signal has been sent out for a long time, and we've paid an extremely high price as a reward, but no one has come. What is the danger your tribe is facing? Xianxia asked. What is it? If the Holy See wishes to deal with you, then even the two of us will be helpless. Besides, what does my control of the purple lightning have to do with this? The referee hesitated for a while before finally making up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, It's because I have a supreme treasure that can deal with the crisis in front of me. He might even have a chance of winning against the Holy See. However, that treasure was refined by my master, and my master came from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Both Xianxia and Xiaohong were taken aback. They did not expect that there was such a relationship between them. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, May I know your name? Is he still alive? Even among the alchemists of the past generations, there were few who could refine an item that could deal with the demon venerable. If there was one, Xianxia would most likely know its name. He shook his head and said, My master has long passed away. Unfortunately, before he died, he was unable to complete the ultimate treasure. Before his master left, he sighed and said, If you can obtain the realm power of the heavenly martial realm and use it to temper this treasure, it will be completed. Xiaohong sneered. Since you couldn't even cultivate it until your death, how can you deal with the demon? The demon's strength is not something you can estimate. They had just arrived in the devil world and encountered the realm-devouring devil clan, thus understanding use power. If Xianxia did not have the fiend essence lock, which could be considered a sneak attack, it would be hard to say what the result would be. I naturally understand how powerful you are, Demon Venerable. However, my master's attainments have long surpassed the understanding of the world. You can slander me, but you must not insult my master. Her face revealed her displeasure. Xianxia was an alchemist himself, so he understood the feeling of respecting his master, so he said, All right, whether or not I can refine that treasure, and whether or not it can help you fight against the demon commander, I'm willing to help you. That's because I also want to see what that thing is. Where did your master get the confidence to deal with a creation realm fiend supremacy? Please follow me. The referee nodded. Originally, that thing was the biggest secret of the Kuan tribe, but at the moment of life and death, he couldn't care so much. The referee immediately stood up and cast a few incantation seals before flying into the stone platform. The beast's skin laid on the platform actually disappeared in a flash. A pitch-black formation light suddenly appeared on the stone platform and scattered in all directions. Because the main source of power in the devil world was devil chi, all formations were based on devil chi. Before Xianxia and Xiaohong's eyes, all kinds of patterns emerged on the ground, which then turned into the shape of a door and slowly opened. Boom, boom, boom. An ancient voice came from the ground, empty and ancient, and it slowly rippled. Xianxiao's expression changed slightly as he stared at the open door, which left a deep, dark hole in the ground. Tung, 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 tung. An extremely long stone corridor led underground. As far as the eye could see, the palace lamps on the two walls lit up by themselves. His heart couldn't help but tremble violently. It wasn't that the hole was powerful, but that there was a hole hidden under his feet, and he didn't notice it at all. That alchemist must not be a simple person. Xiaohong could also see that Xianxiao's face was a little off, so she asked with concern, Big brother Xianxia, what's wrong? Xianxiao's face was pale as he shook his head and said, I really want to see that treasure right now. Follow me, the referee said. She walked into the cave first, followed by Xianxia and Xianxia. The lights flickered and illuminated the surroundings wherever they went. The walls of the corridor were still carved with patterns of birds and beasts, which looked quite mysterious. After walking for about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, they finally finished walking the stone steps and came to an extremely spacious place, but as far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Xianxia knew that it would not be so simple, so he stood there and waited in silence. As expected, The referee walked straight to the center of the huge secret room and clapped his hands together. He then formed a series of incantation seals and sent them in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as if ancient beasts had awakened, and there was more than one of them. On the ground around the house, a large amount of formation light began to appear. It flickered in all directions and golden rays of light shot out from the ground. This is a Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly cried out in alarm. As he looked at the 12 black puppets slowly rising from the ground, he felt a little dazed. Each of the 12 puppets had a different posture, but they were all extremely lifelike. Each of them formed a hand seal. Some were deep in thought, some were smiling, some were lowering their eyebrows, and some were secretly happy. 12 divine beings killing formation. Xiaohong exclaimed. Yunxiao nodded with a solemn expression. Judging from the seals and their appearances, they were indeed the 12 divine beings killing formation. And he looked at the 12 divine fiends carefully. The divine fiends' appearance and demeanor were so similar to the 12 divine fiends he had previously possessed. It was a pity that the 12 puppets had been completely destroyed in the Battle of the Red Moon City, and there was no possibility of even repairing them. After the 12 pitch-black divine fiends were completely revealed in the secret chamber, Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the puppets with a complicated expression, his eyes containing all kinds of emotions. Your Excellency, Yunxiao said in a deep voice, who is your master's name? What? The referee looked at his face and asked, is there something wrong? If I'm not mistaken, your master's surname should be Mu, Yunxiao said. The judge cried out in shock as her body trembled. You? How did you know? Yunxiao breathed out heavily and turned his eyes back to the 12 divine fiends. With the same complicated look in his eyes, he said, it should be Senior Mu Chun. The referee's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer hide the shock in his heart. He hurriedly asked, you know my master? No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, I don't know him. However, looking at the referee's anxious look, he was likely to get to the bottom of it. So he sighed, it's a long story. Although I don't know Senior Mu Chun, I have had a fortuitous encounter with him. He then roughly explained his relationship with Mu Chun. He also told them about the Mu clan, Mu Xing, and how he had obtained the 12 divine beings' fiend formation. The referee was dumbfounded when he heard that. His mouth was wide open, and he took a long time to recover. But soon, he was ecstatic and said excitedly, I didn't expect Lord Li to be the main force of the heavenly martial arts realm in the battle at the crack of Xianxia Mountain. I think you must have unrivaled magical powers. Moreover, you have a deep understanding of the 12 divine beings killing formation. The heavens are really helping me by bringing you here. Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose and said with a wry smile, is this the will of the heavens? He could not help but think that it seemed to be the will of the heavens. Looking at the 12 black demonic gods, he never thought that Mu Chun would not die back then. Instead, he entered the devil world and finally refined these perfect grade demonic gods. It was a pity that Mu Chen's demonic arts were not profound enough, and he was unable to use demonic chi to temper this perfect level demonic god. In the end, he could only die with regret. Yi said somewhat excitedly, the matter of the battle in the crack of Xianxia Mountain has spread throughout the entire devil world. Everyone is discussing this matter and most of them are suspicious. This was because the 5 demon venerables had joined forces, but they could not even break through a single crack. They even suffered heavy losses and returned without success. It was even rumored that Lord Lan had died in this battle. It was indeed hard to believe. Even I've always been skeptical. However, until the 4 great demon tribes, Ji, Gong, Yen and Ho, joined forces and divided up the Blue Tribe, and gave the order that it was strictly forbidden to discuss the matter of Xianxia Mountain. Those who violated the order would be executed. I finally believed it. The judge's eyes flickered with excitement as he looked at Yunxiao more carefully. Her gaze immediately displeased Xiaohong, who rebuked, as a member of the demon race, you're so excited to see your own race's defeat. It's really disgraceful. Attacking the realm of heavenly martial arts is their business, Yi said indifferently. Winning or losing has nothing to do with a small fry like me. Moreover, with the current situation, our department can't even take care of ourselves. Who has the time to care about these big things? Even so, you can't be so happy to see your own people suffer a crushing defeat. Xiao Hong said angrily. The referee frowned. The Devil Realm is not as united as you think. Although the higher-ups are united in their desire to attack the realm of heavenly martial arts, there are still many disputes among the lower ranks. At the very least, I don't think it's necessary. Isn't it good for the two worlds to live in peace? Why did you make such a mess? Yunxiao's heart jolted as he suddenly recalled the words of the man who had intruded into his heart. The man had said that the root of the war of the two worlds was in the Devil Realm. It seemed that not everyone knew the reason. No matter how much you try to clear your name, you're still a traitor. Xiao Hong sneered. I don't want to clear my name, Yi said coldly. If I can't even protect my tribe, I won't have the time to care about the will of the higher-ups. When Yunxiao saw that they were getting angry from the friction, he was afraid that they would quarrel, so he quickly interjected. What's going on with the Kuan tribe? Why do they say they're facing a great crisis? The referee's face turned ugly, and he said, It's like this in Luo. Among the hundreds of clans in the E-clan, the E-clan was only an ordinary clan. It was only because the E-clan was an expert in magic that they were able to gain such a high status. 200 years ago, the Kuan tribe didn't exist. At that time, E and some other powerful devil lords were under the Transformation tribe, and she was just an alchemist under the devil lord's Transformation. However, in a large-scale tribal war, the demonic Taoist died, which led to the division of the entire tribe. The church had become independent from that battle and established the church division. Because of her special status, she was willing to have many followers, so she became a relatively powerful tribe. The other demon monarchs also established their own tribes, but many of them were annexed by other tribes as soon as they were established. After more than 100 years of turmoil, the former Hua tribe finally formed into 4 relatively stable tribes. They were Kuai, Mi Yi, and Shur, who had occupied the territory of Hua tribe and became the new tribe recognized by the Kuan tribe. Yunxiao frowned and said, Tribes like the Devil Realm are led by individuals. When people die, the whole tribe will be exterminated. The changes are too fast. I don't know how many tribes have been exterminated in a flash. Why not? The judge sighed. She gave Yunxiao a strange look and said, In this battle at the crack of Xianxia Mountain, so many powerful demon lords died. Even Lord Lan was killed. The Blue clan was swallowed up by the other 4 clans in an instant. In addition, within the 4 divisions, the thousands of tribes have also fallen into chaos. As far as I know, at least 300 tribe leaders have died in the heavenly martial arts realm. It's such a chaotic scene when these 300 tribes split up. You've really brought quite a big disaster to the Devil Realm. What a joke! Xiao Hong laughed coldly. They only had themselves to blame for this. Richard's face turned cold, as if he didn't want to talk to her. He continued, And just recently the Izawa and Dead tribes were combined. As for me and I, we both received a letter asking us to head to Abeiji within a limited time to accept the reorganization. Yunxiao gently tapped his chin and said, Isn't it normal to separate and come back together? The Kuan clan was also separated from the Hua clan, so it was perfectly normal for them to merge with other clans. Or are you not willing to let go of the power in your hands? No one is willing to be under someone else. This is just one of the reasons, the referee said with an ugly expression. Also, if my identity as an alchemist is controlled by someone else, I will never be able to make it out. When I was in the Hua tribe, I had hidden this fact. That was how I was able to successfully establish my own tribe and be recognized by Master Hu. While alchemists gain a high status, they also bear great risks. Even for me, Master Shi has invited me to join the Kuan tribe many times, but I've always rejected her tactfully. Perhaps it's because of this that the Kuan tribe has turned a blind eye to our crisis. I can understand what you're saying. Yunxiao nodded. Alchemists have become a scarce resource in the Devil Realm. And the demon world is a place that abides BV the law of the Ionzel, so his status is verve awkward. A hint of shyness flashed across the referee's face as he gritted his teeth and said, "Master who even proposed to take me as his concubine, but I rejected him. Taken concubines? A devil?" Xianxia was quite surprised. Can a devil get married? The referee rolled his eyes at him and felt that it was strange. Why can't I? This buy-in. That can also, that, Xianxia said in a daze. Ha ha ha. He gestured a few times, wanting to ask about that dual cultivation thing, but he kept stammering, finding it difficult to speak. Xiao Hong's cheeks instantly turned red as well. She secretly blamed herself for being too dirty-minded, for she actually understood in an instant. On the other hand, Richard finally understood after a long while, but his cheeks were flushed, and he was much more generous than the two of them. He chuckled and said, "Why can't I?" The Tao turned into one and one into two. The two were yin and yang. They were originally two forces in the greater universe. Many demons practice dual cultivation. Xianxia recalled that he had been seriously injured before, but after having sex with Little Red, he had miraculously recovered. It was most likely the effect of dual cultivation. He suddenly had an idea and said, "Then can this kind of yin and yang intertwine give birth to life?" She blushed, but she still laughed and said, "Naturally there will be. All things had negative yin and positive yang, and they were in harmony with each other. The interaction of the two chi could create all things. All things are born with endless changes." Xiao Hong's eyes widened and she said in shock, "Aren't all demons formed from demonic chi? How can it be born from a man and a woman? There's no conflict. In fact, most of the demons were born from the combination of yin and yang. The demonic chi was nurtured in the mother's womb, and finally condensed into a human-shaped life form and was born. It's just that these life forms are much weaker than the demons that were born naturally. After all, the natural environment is extremely harsh, and the process is also particularly cruel," she continued after a pause. It was only then that Xianxia and Xiao Hong came to a realization. No wonder they had seen so many demon lords or demon dwellers with ordinary strength in the tribe. The ones who invaded the realm of heaven martial arts were all powerful demons selected by the 5 great tribes, so there were few low-level demon dwellers. "It seems like the realm of heavenly martial arts doesn't know much about us," Shang said with a smile. "They actually asked such a ridiculous question. You've always been the ones invading us." Xiao Hong snorted coldly with a gloomy face. "We rarely ever enter the devil world." Fearing that the two would not get along again, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Is Master Hu thinking of using the 12 divine beings killing formation to deal with the person behind the integration of the tribe?" "That's right," the referee nodded. Back then, his master had said that if he could fully control the divine fiend array, he would have the power to fight even against the demon lord. "I had some doubts at first, but after hearing Lord Li's explanation, I no longer have any doubts." Xianxia crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. "I basically understand the situation. We can talk about the conditions now. Can Mr. Nye afford my chips?" The referee furrowed his brows. "I wonder what kind of bargaining chip Lord Li wants. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely satisfy you." After she said this, she seemed to feel that it was a little inappropriate and stammered. Except that Ingluo. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia also felt embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "You're thinking too much. My condition is also very simple. As long as you give me the alchemy notes that Mu Chun left behind, it will be fine." "Alchemy notes? Master didn't leave any records." Yi shook his head. "Impossible." Xianxia was moved. "That's impossible. Lord Mu Chun was so talented, and his comprehension of the art of divination was beyond anyone's reach. How could he not leave behind a word? If Darren is reluctant, then this one also cherishes purple lightning very much. I don't dare to hide it from you, my lord." However, his master had refined countless artifacts in his life, most of which had been destroyed by him. Other than the 12 divine beings killing formation, there are 3 other treasures. If Lord Li is willing to help me, I can let you choose one of the 3 treasures," she said, her heart aching. "I'm not interested in mystic artifacts. Yunxiao said. But since it's left behind by Senior Muchan, it's worth a look. Take it and take a look. If I'm not satisfied with it, then this deal is off. Yi's body trembled, but he immediately smiled confidently. Don't worry, everything Master refines is a treasure. Any one of them will cause a storm of blood. If that's the case, Yunxiao said, that's great. She raised her hand, and a green jade storage bangle appeared. She pointed at the bangle with one hand, and a black light shot out with a flash of spiritual light. Yi's right hand formed a seal, and the black light let out a whistling sound as it appeared in the air. It emitted a powerful light that shone down like the sun and moon. The entire secret room was instantly illuminated as bright as day, but there were a few wisps of purple-black light in the light. The surface of the mirror was gray, as if the heavens and earth had not been separated and could not be seen. As an alchemist, Yunxiao could naturally sense the power of the mirror. However, there were too many restrictions on the mirror, so he couldn't rely on his divine sense to investigate further. Even so, Yunxiao could not hide the shock in his heart, and his eyes were filled with horror as he felt the frequency fluctuation. The referee looked at his appearance and was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "How's this treasure?" Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "It is indeed perfect, although I can't sense its power yet. This profound level weapon itself is worthy of my purple thunder." The referee looked at the mirror with some heartache and said with great reluctance, "Then Lord Li wants this mirror?" Yunxiao shook his head with a smile. "Lord Qi, please explain the origin and power of this mirror first. Then, let me see the other two items," he said. "I'm sorry." The referee's expression changed slightly. "The power of the treasure will depend on Lord Li's own judgment. Otherwise, wouldn't Darren take away the best if I explained? Then who should I cry to?" Xiao Hong snorted. "You have to be humble when you're asking for a favor. You look like this. Who's begging who?" Yunxiao stopped Xiao Hong's reproaching, looked at Yi and said with a smile, "Then please show me the other two treasures." Yi's expression was a little unsightly. He had taken out the treasured mirror at the first moment, so he was afraid that the other party had already seen that the value of the treasured mirror was the lowest among the three items. She gritted her teeth and turned the jade bangle on her hand at the same time. With a flash of spiritual light, two beams of light shot out. A ray of golden light and a ray of red light shot into the void and immediately transformed into the artifact's shadow. The golden and red colors squeezed out the light from the mirror. The entire secret room instantly turned into a three-colored world, independent of each other and not disturbed. Within the golden light was a huge leaf that slowly floated up, as if it were weightless. The patterns on the leaves were clear and the veins could be seen. From time to time, a formation of light would flash on the leaves. Within the red light was a small red sword with white smoke rising from the blade. It was like a red-hot iron shovel, giving off a threatening aura. The entire secret room suddenly became quiet, leaving only the three-colored light swaying in the air, shining on the three people's faces. They all had different expressions. The referee was filled with worry and heartache, his eyes flickering. Xiao Hong also quieted down and looked on quietly. Even though she didn't know anything about the art of magic, she could sense the power of these three treasures. Yunxiao did not say a word. His eyes flickered from the three treasures one by one, and at last, he rested his chin on his right hand as if he was pondering something. The referee looked at him in deep thought and was extremely nervous. He probed, "Lord Li, have you thought about it?" Yunxiao came back to his senses from his deep thoughts and said, "Can I take a look at these three treasures?" The referee rejected the idea immediately. He shook his head like a rattledrum. At the same time, he waved his hands and said, "Of course you can't." Yunxiao was not surprised by her answer. He nodded and reached out his hand. The golden leaf sensed this and emitted golden light. It surged in the sky and was accompanied by a crisp ancient sound. Yi's expression changed drastically, and his face turned ashen. Yunxiao seemed to have picked the most powerful one, and his heart sank to the bottom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden leaf began to spin under Yunxiao's power, and as if it had been nourished by spirit qi, it was still growing. Richard bit his lower lip, his face pale and bloodless. His eyes were empty, and his heart was bleeding. Xiao Hong was shocked. This is a cassia. The golden leaf expanded in the wind, turning into a golden banana. Formation light circulated on it, and the banana leaf continued to grow. In the end, it expanded to half an acre in size, almost taking up the entire secret chamber. A fan! Xiao Hong cried out in shock. The treasure was no longer a leaf, but had already transformed into a huge golden fan that floated in the air. A powerful aura came from the fan, like dark clouds covering the sky. Under this aura, the three of them felt even more pressured. Richard swallowed with difficulty and said painfully, Yun Xiao chuckled. I don't care about my image anymore. His figure flickered and appeared on the banana fan. He split into 7 clones and each of them entered the fan. The meridians and array patterns on the banana fan emerged one by one, and they were forcibly memorized in Yun Xiao's eyes. Not only that, but the Magatama also appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he had seen through the seal that Mu Chan had left on the golden light of the fan. Ever since the demonic realm was created, a sun's essence leaf had been left behind in the ancient abyss. It was a rare treasure. After it was picked by Mu Chan, it was refined with a little spiritual light fire within the 5 elements, finally forming this fan. Yun Xiao could not help but be overjoyed when he saw the information from the wisp of mark. The 7 avatars returned to his body. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand grabbed down. A strong wind suddenly rose from the banana fan and blew in all directions. The demonic aura on Yun Xiao's body was blown away in an instant, and the faint light turned into an armor that covered his body. The light was also trembling and drifting in the wind. Under the strong wind, the fan shrank rapidly and fell into Yun Xiao's hand, only 5 or 6 feet long. Suddenly, with a flash of spiritual light, all of its power disappeared, and it became like an ordinary fan in his hand, playing with it as if he loved it even more. While the referee felt heartache, his heart was also in turmoil. She had refined the fan for decades, but she had not mastered it. Even a full-strength strike from her might not be as strong as Yun Xiao's casual activation just now. Could it really be the will of the heavens? The judge's heart sank to the bottom, and he felt extremely bitter. He could only watch Yun Xiao's joy, but there was nothing he could do. Yun Xiao held the fan in his hand and gently fanned it with a gentle breeze. With a leisurely look on his face, he said with a smile, I'm very satisfied with this fan, so I'll choose it. I wonder if this fan has a name. Yi's face was ashen as he stared at him with resentment. He then silently put away the mirror and the small sword. Xiao Hong couldn't help but mock. You're a funny person, aren't you? You were the one who took out the treasure to beg big brother Yun Xiao, but now you're acting like you've lost your parents. If you were unwilling, why did you have to plead so pitifully in the beginning? Yi took a deep breath, and his expression became better. This fan is called the laughing pride of the mortal world. Laughing proudly at the mortal world. Not bad. This name is not bad. With a smile, Yun Xiao casually flipped his hand and put the fan into the divine realm tablet. It was to prevent him from being stimulated by it. Now I can help you complete the final activation of the 12 divine beings, he said. I have a presumptuous request that I hope Lord Li will agree to, the referee said after calming his mind. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said indifferently, I'm willing to trade with you for an equal price. There's no such thing as owing each other anything. I hope Master Yi won't go too far. I wouldn't dare, the referee hurriedly replied. This presumptuous request won't affect Lord Li in any way. I only hope that when we are dealing with the person behind the scenes, Lord Li will be able to support me. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he said, This still won't have any impact? This female demon seems to have gone crazy, Xiao Hong sneered. She actually wants us to help her. If the situation is urgent and I have no choice but to ask my lord for help, I hope that you can lend me a hand. After this, I will give my lord one of Master's treasures as a reward. What does my lord think? Yun Xiao was moved and fell into deep thought. Xiao Hong immediately refused. No, you mean you want us to watch from the side? If we make a move, we'll get the treasure, and if we don't, it'll be a waste of time. What a good plan. Unless you bring out another treasure, we won't have a chance to help you. Regardless of whether we make a move or not, the treasure will belong to us. This buy-in, the referee was put in a difficult position. If he used the 12 divine beings' killing formation to deal with the other party, then wouldn't he be giving up a treasure for nothing? However, if the other party was powerful and he was still no match for them, without the help of these two, he and his entire tribe would be in danger. For a moment, she hesitated and couldn't decide. Xiao Hong is right, Xianxia said. I don't have the time to waste on you. Of the 3 treasures left behind by Master, the most powerful one is the worldly laughter, which has already been taken by Lord Li, the judge said with a bitter smile. Lord Li even wants to covet the last 2 items. Xiao Hong replied coldly, What do you mean by coveting? Her words were really unpleasant to hear. No one is forcing you, you can do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. He hesitated for a long time before sighing. If you had to choose between the remaining 2 items, which one would you choose? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said, If I'm not wrong, that mirror isn't a mirror. It's an armor. The judge was taken aback as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Then he nodded and said, Lord Li is truly an expert. That mirror is called the Astral Light Mirror and can be used to assist in attacks. However, its greatest power is still in the form of the Jade Light Armor, and its value is simply incalculable. Xianxia nodded and said, That's true. Armors were extremely difficult to make and were extremely rare. In terms of value, the value of the Astral Light Mirror should be above that of the Smiling Proud Red Dust Fan. He pursed his lips and said, There's no difference between these 3 treasures. Each of them is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Master has refined countless weapons and personally destroyed many top profound level weapons, leaving only these 3. Xianxia was fascinated as he sighed and said, Senior Mu-chan is a true god. Not to mention the value of these 3 items, just the profound level weapon itself has unparalleled research value. He paused and said, Since you're Senior Mu-chan's disciple, I'll agree to your request this once for Senior's sake. I'll follow you as you said earlier. If you don't need me to do anything, then it's fine. However, if you can't defeat him and you need me to help you, you'll have to give me the Jade Mirror as a reward. Thank you, my lord. The referee was overjoyed. No need to thank me. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I'm not the only one. I'm also a person who has benefited from Senior Mu-chan and have always been following Senior's footsteps. But let me say this first. If an enemy that even I can't deal with appears, this young master will immediately leave without staying a moment longer. Of course, he laughed. I'm not stupid enough to ask Darren to use his life to help me. That's good, Xianxia said. It's good. After that, the 2 of them cast aside their own sorrows and began to study the 12 divine beings together.